Good morning and welcome here to Charles Verriard Reserve in North Perth, Western Australia, where we are covering the Over 40s National Veterans Cricket Association Championships, and we are watching the Division 2 final between Victoria White and the Queensland Drought Masters in a top-of-the-table clash to decide the national champion at the Division 2 level. I'm here with Paul Guthrie, who joins me. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, Richie. How are you today?
I'm well, mate. And what are your thoughts going into this game?
I don't know about the players, but I'm excited. I haven't seen either of these sides play during the week. The game I did earlier was Division 1, but following closely and watching on YouTube, this should be a great match.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen any of the Division 2 games either, but just going through the results, both teams were undefeated this week, with Queensland chasing down 3 totals with a defeated Tasmanian game in round 1 by 8 wickets, and then defeated WA Mali by 3 wickets, and then finishing off yesterday, I believe, with a 2-wicket victory over South Australia. And in fact, that was a very interesting game. They were chasing down 207, the Queenslanders, and have managed to win. And Victoria also winning all 3 of their qualifying games, defeating New South Wales Waratahs by 42 runs in round 1, then defeating the ACT with a comprehensive 192-run victory before finishing off yesterday beating WA Jitty Jitty by 6 wickets.
Yeah, great competition throughout the week by both teams, so as I suggested, it should be a very good match. Richie?
Paul, tell me your thoughts here. Queensland have chased down 3 totals, but today have won the toss and elected to bat.
Very interesting to see how they go setting a target. I haven't been at this particular oval for quite a number of years, so I'm not sure how the outfield's going to play, or indeed the pitch.
Back in the old Nollamara days, Paul?
Yeah, well, and also my son played in the North Suburban Community Cricket Association Cricket West competition. So yeah, I saw him play a fair bit. First ball of the day. Driven away onto the offside by the Queensland batsman. It's Benji Lee by the looks of it. Would that add up to what you've got there, Richie?
I think that's correct, mate. Yeah. It's Clinton Ford opening up from the northern end for Victoria, bowling to Benji Lee.
So a nice solid off drive there, straight back into the bowler. And fielded for no run. It's a nice coolish day at the moment, but it's going to become very hot apparently.
Yep.
If we're to believe our weather bureau.
Yes, forecast for 36 degrees, currently about 25. We've got some smoky haze over the city today with a couple of bushfires raging north and south of Perth. Unfortunate for anyone who's in those locations, thinking of you all. But conditions very pleasant at the moment for the cricketers.
Yes, very nice indeed. Very nice indeed.
Clinton Ford from the Grovedale Cricket Club in Victoria.
Just a change in the field there. So brings a man round from the mid-wicket region.
Here we go, mate.
To a straighter mid-on, forward into bowl. It's driven by Lee out through the covers. It looks to be fairly quick out there. They come back for an easy 2. 2 to Lee. So Benji Lee, age 40, from the Helensvale Club in Queensland. This is his debut in the championships.
Come, mate. Get us rolling, Clint. Start us off, mate. Come on.
And we're just yet to see who the other batsman is, but we'll pick that up shortly.
Benji this week, very attacking cricketer, it looks like. Made 61 off 24 balls against South Australia.
Come on, Clint.
Was dismissed cheaply against WA Mali for just the 4, and also made a very impressive 29 off 27 balls against Tasmania earlier in the week.
Lee drives again out on the offside. It's over. Fairly even start there for the bowling and batting teams.
So just the 2 runs off Clinton Ford's first over.
Wayne Phillips will be on strike. The vice captain for Queensland Drought Masters from Surfers Paradise, age 47. Has played in the previous national competition, that was last season. And Justin Nelson will open the bowling off of just a couple of steps there. It's like an unorthodox left-arm spinner, if I picked it up correctly, just glancing up. Quickly back to his mark. Bowling around the wicket. It's played out to short mid-wicket. No run. No time wasting here from Nelson. Muffled appeal there from the Victorian team as the batsman struck on the front pad. Nelson in again, around the wicket. Laid out on the offside. Another dot. Well flighted delivery, right up at the batsman, attempted a drive, but it just took an inside edge, popped out onto the onside. Should be the last delivery from Nelson. Indeed, that is a very good start from Nelson. Justin Nelson, age 43, from the Flemington Club, in his debut in National Championships.
Just a reminder, on the eastern ground here at Charles Riard is the Division 1 final between the Queensland Drought Masters and South Australia. It doesn't look like players started there just yet, but we'll certainly keep you up to date as play happens throughout the day. So Clinton Ford continues.
Great work, mate, great work. That's it. Keep making it hard here. Hard to score, boys.
Following to Benji Lee, who looks very impressive driving. Hasn't managed to pierce the field just yet. Big swish outside off stump. There's an attempt at a run out. The Alex Carey, Johnny Bairstow attempt there. But it looks like umpire Steve Lamb at Square Lake has given that not out. Just a reminder, your umpires Steve Lamb and Steve Rose covering this Division 2 final. Another big swish there. Clinton Ford, head in hands there. Feeling a little bit aggrieved at those couple of wild swipes from Benji Lee.
Very impressive, I noted. We've got stumps that light up.
Yes, the Zinger boys helping us old blokes, the Zinger Bales rather, helping us old blokes spot what's happening.
Good to see, actually. Very good to see. So Queensland, none for two. And we're into the third over. Delivery there, squatting back behind the stumps of the keeper, no run.
Yeah, just adjusting his length there, Clinton Ford, hoping to draw another false shot from Benji Lee.
Still no play in Division 1. I wonder what's going over there, Richie. Something to do with the wicket by the looks of it. An attempted lap sweep. Passing by the off stump there, and it ends Ford's second over. And none for two are Queensland.
So throughout the day, we're hoping to have some of the players and perhaps some of the administrators join us in the commentary box to give you some insight as to the Veterans Cricket Carnival week that they've had. From all reports, the boys from all over the country have absolutely loved their time here in WA, and of course playing the game that they all love.
So Nelson to bowl his second over. His spell, left arm around the wicket. It's a good shot, driven nicely through the offside for 4 runs. To Wayne Phillips, the vice captain of Queensland. Opening boundary of today's final.
Yes, Wayne Phillips making an impressive 56 earlier in the week against WA Marley, but also coming off a first ball golden against South Australia.
We've all had those, Richie, haven't we?
Some more than others, mate.
Nelson in. Oh, another big shot over the top. Oh, has that gone all the way? Indeed it has. 6 runs to Wayne Phillips.
That's a stunning shot.
That was a very good shot.
Came down the wicket and lofted that over mid-off, and both batsmen looking very powerful with their front foot shots. And looking to set a big total here, I think, Paul.
It's a very good start. Very good start indeed. Wayne Phillips, we all know Wayne Phillips, a very famous name in Australian cricket, don't we? Opening batsman for Australia, wicketkeeper.
Whoa! I think I'm going to hold you up there, Paul.
Yeah.
I think you're mixing that with Wayne Phillips, the left-hander.
Oh yes, you're quite right. But the name certainly is fairly familiar to us older people in the cricket community.
There was actually a second Wayne Phillips, who I think
from Queensland.
I think so, and I think he did play one test at the Wacker actually for Australia.
You might well be right there. So no messing around here with Nelson. He's quickly back to his mark turns in the bowl. Driven on the onside down to deep. Mid-on, 1 run there.
The Wayne Phillips you were referring to, the magnificent left-hander and excellent keeper. Probably one of the first mullets that we saw on a test pitch as well.
Very true. He was a good player. I think he did well without setting the world on fire. And I think he was pushed aside, in my opinion, just a little too early in his test career.
Yeah, was a fabulous one-day cricketer from memory.
He was very good. No run there to Phillips, vice captain for Queensland. Driven once again down to deep mid-off. 1 run there.
Yeah, after those couple of big shots early in the over, Victoria sending 2 men back to long on and long off.
And that's over.
It is over. It's none for 15 after 4, I believe.
Correct.
Our apologies, we don't have a direct line of sight with the scoreboard, but we will attempt to. We've got our scorers to our left here, and we've got our Play Cricket app working overtime.
So there's a crowd gathered out on the Division 1 final pitch at the moment. We still have no word as to what's going on out there, but it must be a pitch condition.
Yeah, some concerns there. It did look very green, Paul, when I walked over there. It looked very much like the grass alongside it, but surely that can't be the issue. They've got some magnificent curators here at North Perth.
Yes. So forward to continue. It's the 5th over coming up for Queensland's innings. Phillips slightly down the pitch, just playing quietly away onto the offside. it again. Similar ball, same shot there.
Putting forward, tall man, high action.
Oh, there's a
Wow.
big shot over the top, down to cow corner, and another 6.
Incredible shot there by Benji. By Captain Wayne Phillips there. He's absolutely creamed that over cow corner. Outstanding cricket shot.
Very good shot.
I'd probably do him a disservice by saying cow corner because it wasn't a slog by any stretch. He just leant into that foolish ball and hit it very sweetly in the pink ball.
Nice shot indeed.
Flying through this smoky sky.
And squeezed out onto the offside, just to short backward point, gully region. Forward in again. Oh, and he's bowled in.
Yeah, big wicket there for Clinton Ford. Dismisses the Queensland captain, Wayne Phillips, vice captain, Wayne Phillips from Surfers Paradise, going again with another big shot, but I think he's changed the pace and length on that one and he's deceived him. And Queensland lose their first wicket. They are 1 for 21.
So not a bad innings there from Phillips. 18 or 15 deliveries, 1 4, 2 sixes. And the 47-year-old, as Richie said, from Surfers Paradise, is on his way. Getting a nice round of applause from his teammates. Going in, we have Brett Winterscale, age 44, from Burleigh in Queensland, left-hander. If the information we have is correct. And indeed it is.
So important breakthrough there for Victoria, where after conceding a few boundaries in those last over and a half there, have fought back. As we know, Paul, wickets are everything from the bowling side's point of view.
That's better. I pushed the right button there, Richie. The lights aren't that outstanding here at the moment.
Yes, well, anyone over 40 struggles with this sort of technology, Paul.
Yeah.
And I think both of us are upwards of 50, so...
Certainly. Well, the wrong side there, for me anyway.
So Justin Nelson to continue here. Bowling to Benji Lee. The left arm orthodox, and he goes hard at that through mid-off, but no run. Fantastic week of veterans cricket here so far. It's been very enjoyable to watch. High standard, fantastic people from a great nation, all visiting Perth for this tournament. Benji Lee looking to be very aggressive here, as he was earlier in the week with some of his big scores. Nice full ball there from Justin Nelson. That's leg side, and he swept that away beautifully, and that should get to the line there for 4. It's holding up, actually a little bit slow out there on that eastern side. No, hang on, it has been declared 4 runs there to Benji Lee. Lovely shot.
Okay, Richie, I've got an update on what's happening over on the East Pitch, Division 1. They bowl 1 ball. The bowler and captain, I imagine, has complained that the pitch is too wet for the bowler's foot, so they're rolling the third pitch over, and in due course going to attempt to start play again. So that's the most unusual happening. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It's a real shame for that Division 1 final to be delayed, but I'm sure there's a pitch over there that's probably ready for Saturday afternoon, so hopefully they won't have the same problem and can get that game underway shortly.
And we have Nelson continuing, and that's the over. I missed the events of that over. Richie, is that a...
Yeah, another over gone. Queensland 1 for 27 after 6. Benji Lee playing a lovely sweep shot earlier in the over for 4, but otherwise it was a pretty tight over there from Justin Nelson, although he's gone now for 3 overs for 17 after being taken downtown by Vice Captain Wayne Phillips earlier in the day.
So Winterscale is on strike, and Ford needs to continue.
Yeah, big Clinton Ford from Grovedale, the 46-year-old, debuting in these national championships at veterans over 40s.
I'm sure they would have all enjoyed the rest day yesterday. After a big 2 days for everyone. It's a lot of cricket to play.
Yeah.
Over 40.
The Wednesday rest day, you're quite right there.
Wednesday,
yep.
yes, sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm finding this very interesting, Paul. There's no side screens at this ground, which would make
wow.
Very interesting for the batsmen in particular, of course, but maybe that pink ball is sufficiently bright to not cause any problems.
That is very strange. Driven by Winterscale there, down to deepish mid-off. Batsman just jogged through for 2. Winterscale is off the mark there. Ford in again, over the wicket. And he's left by the batsman through the keeper. So Ford in again. Nice drive down there to mid-off. No run. Ford in once again, bowls short of a length ball, tempted Winterscale. Pulled the bat away at the last moment. The ball's gone through to the keeper for no run. Headings is the Division 2 final between Victoria number 2 side and Queensland number 2 side. Oh. And he's gone. The batsman is played outside your stump. Little edge, little tickle through the keeper. And he's dismissed. So Ford picks up his 2nd wicket. And Winterscale is on his way back to the pavilion. Welcome to the commentary position. We have Wayne Phillips, Vice Captain for Queensland. How are you, Wayne?
Yeah, was going all right.
You were playing very well, mate.
Yeah, just got to see with a bit of a slow one. The wicket's a little bit, wouldn't probably call it too pace, it's probably a little bit slow. bit of moisture in it, I think.
Bit sticky in spots. Would that be?
Bit sticky in spots. Yeah, so if ball's sort of holding up, it's gonna have to probably bat time today and play something a bit over 200 here. I think will be the key.
Certainly. Good start. Another quick wicket, unfortunately. May slow things down slightly, but certainly a very good start by yourself.
Yeah, we've got Captain Sam Curtis coming to the crease. Coming off 30 odd yesterday, hit the ball quite well.
Sam Curtis is the captain, age 44, from the University Club in Queensland, another left-hander. How's the week been? You've probably been asked that every day, I suppose.
Yeah, not too bad. Touch wood, second year in the Nationals for myself, and I captained the twos last year, and we went through sort of last year without any injuries, and sort of all players were available for the last day, and we've done the same again this tournament, which is quite good. It's good to go into the last day and you have to leave someone out, unfortunately, but
yes,
it's good when there's no injuries. Big shot there by Benji Lee.
It's a great shot.
Over
right
wide mid off there for 6.
Yeah. Effortless shot that one.
Yeah, no, and I don't know whether it's due to our warm-ups or whatever, but no, the boys been pretty good. Except for Tuesday night, we've been pretty early to bed. And
bit of a party,
and things like that. So
nice.
It's been good.
And talking about injuries, I've been watching, following. There's been a lot of injuries to the players from various teams.
Yeah.
But even day one, I was down at Hillcrest Reserve, and early on the batsman did a calf. Like he'd only just gone in. I don't know how. Have you come across that player and seen how he is?
Yeah, I saw him hobble on the bus the other day. It was painful to watch, but yeah, it's funny you say that. We played Victoria in the first game last year, and they had 3 injuries in the game first up. So yeah, which makes it tough when you're the travelling side to try to fill in. But they've got that non-batting rule for that 12th man where you've got to name a non-batting rule, and I sort of used the spirit of cricket last year and just told them to just bat whoever. If they had any extras, just bat.
Yeah.
Like we're here to play cricket.
Excellent, yeah. And particularly, you're not playing for sheep stations.
No,
it's not
correct.
Premier Grade First Division finals. So a bit of confusion out here for Victoria by the looks of it. So we have Nelson continuing. His left arm spinners. I imagine he's bowling over the wicket, and indeed he is. Played out through mid-wicket for 1 run.
He's got pretty good figures this tournament, I believe. I haven't looked at it, but the guys did mention it on the bus ride in. He's been sort of going not quite a run a ball sort of thing. He's been really, really good.
Yeah.
So
he looks handy indeed. Looks on to be on the money. Cut away. Brilliantly fielded right there. Point. And that's another over completed by Queensland. Nelson. And the score is 37, 2 for 37 off 8. The replay coming up on the screen here. Excellent. That big 6. That's a great shot by, it was Benji, wasn't it?
yeah, Benji Lee.
Yeah.
Nice footwork there, and
It's a very good shot. Very nice and done.
inside out of the cover. It's probably the toughest shot to hit in cricket, isn't it?
Indeed. One that I could never play, I can tell you that. So they're moving along over at Division 1 final. They've, just in case you've joined us, they've about to swap pitches. There was an issue with moisture after 1 ball was bowled. South Australia didn't like the
Bit of rain last night, I think, on one side of the oval and not on the other one.
Very unusual, huh?
If you haven't seen the weather, it has not rained. It hasn't looked like rain for the last week here in WA. It's been warm. Anything bothering a few of the boys with the flies. So they're hoping they don't put too many of them in their suitcases and take them home.
Certainly fly territory over here this year. The forward is continuing and going to captain Curtis. These fires that are raging north and south of Perth are saving the day, I think, for everyone at this point. I see in the sky there's a haze everywhere, blocking the sun out, although we're still forecast for a maximum temperature of 37, I believe.
Is this cloud cover going to burn off? Is that what normally happens over here?
Well, when the sea breeze comes in, we'll see a bit of change. So sea breeze, perhaps late morning, early afternoon.
Yeah, it'll probably warm up nicely for us to spend 45 minutes in the field.
Yeah. I actually haven't looked at the weather today, and I'll do that as we speak. See what the forecast is. So 34, so it's been revised down to 34. Partly cloudy winds northeasterly, 20 and 30, becoming light in the middle of the day, gusts 60 kilometres about the hill. So I haven't mentioned a southerly breeze.
Oh, another big shot over wide cow corner there by Benji Lee. That's gone a long way. That's probably over. I think it might even bounce on the road.
Great shot. So there's no mention of a southerly or southwesterly or sea breeze, as we call it. Interesting for Perth. Although,
but whatever it is, we can't argue this week. It's been magnificent. The weather's been great. It was quite funny. We were talking to a curator out at the ground. I think we were at South Perth or something like that yesterday.
Richardson Park, yes.
Yeah, and he was doing up the wicket for Saturday, and went out and had a bit of a chat and spoke about covers and things like that. And he goes, I think last season they got one memo or something that covers needed to go on. Is that they never cover wickets. And back over on the other side of Australia there, in our competition, they're compulsory from Thursday night.
Every week?
Every week.
Well, that's a great shot.
That's another great shot through cover there from Benji Lee. Yeah, so it's a really attractive thing to come over here and not to live and play cricket, because no covers. That's a bugbear for a lot of people.
We have the odd thunderstorm in Perth throughout the summer of cricket. Actually, usually very early on, around round one, usually a number of games are washed out. I think that was the same this year.
I think on the Gold Coast where I play, we definitely missed last week, and then they've missed a couple of Sundays 40s games, and the word is that they're predicting 30 or 40 or 50 mil this weekend. So again,
no cricket.
And that's hit and miss a little bit too. So you can sort of get it on the north and not get it on the south, sort of thing. But yeah, it does affect, and those storms where before we left, we were pretty much getting one of those storms nearly every second afternoon.
Good Lord. A lot of cricket miss then, obviously.
It's a big change in the bowling here, isn't it?
Yes, Steve, number 20 for Victoria, Steve Gannell, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, aged 41 from Upwey Cricket Club.
Only a baby.
He is. He's just over the mark, isn't he? Looking down the list, most of Victoria are.
Another lovely shot through covers here. The captain, Sammy Curtis.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. And Victoria, so Queensland. Let's go up the score. There's a bit of an issue here. Get that for you shortly. So where did you venture to, Wayne, on Tuesday evening, if I may?
We went into the casino, had some dinner, and yeah, a few of the boys rolled some money through the tables and things like that.
Any big winners?
No, I wouldn't say no big winners. We all threw in 50 as well, and played with that until one of the characters of the team decided that it was getting a bit boring and put 180 all on black, and that was game over. So, which was quite good, but no, it was quite early morning. I won't give a time, but it was a very early morning. Wasn't quite seeing the sun, but there was quite a few sore heads.
As long as you all had a good time and there's no injuries.
Which for me, who doesn't drink, it's quite funny to watch.
So we just viewed a great shot from the captain out through square leg. This time he's just dabbing that one out onto the offside.
2 for 56 off 9.5.
Going along nicely. Yeah, just having a bit of trouble getting the score up on my phone, but you've got it there, which is good. So I'll leave the calling of the card to you, Wayne, while you're here. I'll have a look shortly. So that's the end of the over from Canal. Not a bad start. Should we watch a replay?
Turnover's gone. Going at 5.6 and over. It's probably not too bad on a wicket which is holding up a little bit.
So we've got a change of bowler at far end of the ground, number 19 for Victoria. Let's have a look who that gentleman is. And it's Vinay Tripathi, age 43, from the Carnegie Club in Queensland, making his debut
in Victoria.
In the championships, in Victoria. I can't mix up the colours, can I? Belonging to Benji Lee. I think I've worked that out now. Powerfully driven out there to mid-off. No run.
It's pretty much a completely different looking Victorian team that we played last year, and as you can see there's sort of 8 or 9 new debutants, which is good.
Yeah, there's an edge there. Running away to the boundary, the batsmen come back for
three there, which is great. Yeah, their last year's team, they were a good bunch of blokes, and a lot of it was quite funny chatting to them during and after the game, and in the week a lot of them hadn't played on turf.
Oh, really?
Because down there on some of the competitions, if you're playing on turf, you don't get a game with the weather. So a lot of them had been on synthetic and things like that. Yeah, they sort of learned a lesson the first game when they won the toss and bowled. And I straight after the toss, I said to them, if you win the toss, you just bat. And yeah, we posted well over 300.
Wow.
But yeah, no, the characters, good bunch of blokes.
And there is a big difference if you've only played on hard wickets coming to turf. A huge difference. The bounce is tremendous.
Yep, for sure.
Trick you. So Tripathi around the wicket.
Punch down the mid-on for a single.
So, and is this your first time to Perth, Wayne?
Yeah, never been to Perth. Born and bred on the Gold Coast. Really sort of haven't travelled out of there too much. A few times overseas, but not too much in Australia. No real need to, but lovely shot by Benji Lee there. Down to fine leg for 4.
Down to fine leg for 4. I still can't get.
I think the score's I've got to tick over, but I think it's 2 for 64 or 10.4.
So I'm glad you've enjoyed the hospitality.
Yeah, it's been
views around Perth.
Yeah, it's been really good. We ventured into the city on Wednesday and had some lunch and toured around. Spent a bit of time through Chinatown.
Nice.
Things like that. Used a bit of public transport. We thought we'd venture out and hop on the train, which was pretty good.
A great shot. Backward cut there.
This one's probably not going to go all the way.
Not
good bit
quite.
of fielding. Oh, yes, it was.
Did stop it. And the batsman come back for 3.
Yeah, and what we've noticed where we're staying to get to everywhere has been pretty good. It's sort of only 8, 9, 10 minutes in a cab or an Uber or whatever, and even in walking distance to some things. So it's
good.
like on the East Coast, you sort of can't go more than a kilometre in 10 minutes in some places. So there's been some comments like bus ride home yesterday, sort of pulling onto I don't know if you call it the freeway, but where it runs out the front of Como there, where we're staying. We've been on that road a bit, and it's like there was a bit of traffic, but it was like it was still moving at 40 or 50 k's where the traffic on the East Coast.
If I've got my bearings right, that would be Canning Highway, I think.
Yeah, it's probably about it.
Which is one of the busiest main roads.
Yeah, it's probably one of the ones that comes out of the city and things like that.
And it's a nice side of the river, South Perth. It's probably one of the more affluent parts or sides, if you like, or areas, South Perth. So we've got Gannell continuing. Bowling to Benji Lee. That was a big hoik there over the square leg, and
4 runs, I think.
4 runs to Benji.
I think it's umpire signal 6, and I think he's going to change his signal. Yes, he has the 4.
The fielder clearly signalled 4 there.
Benji Lee's raced to 38 off 33 deliveries with 4 4s and a couple of 6s. A little bit slower than yesterday's innings he had.
He scored, was it 60?
Yeah, 60 odd off 24 or something.
Yeah. He's put down
dropped.
at backward point, or a deep gully, whatever, backward point I'd call it. A floater of a ball, that one.
Yeah, it hung in the air, didn't it?
Yeah. And when are you going home, Wayne, if I may ask?
We fly out about lunchtime Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a big shot over the top.
On a straight drive for 1.
So I imagine tonight, for those that like to party, will be out and about.
There hasn't been much chatter around it, but I think we've got the dinner at the Optus Oval, so I think that'll be a sit-down. Yeah, I think that'll be a sit-down dinner. And there hasn't been any murmur whether there was going out after that or not. We do have a couple flying back tonight. They got the red eye out. What we're thinking that they were going to play cricket tomorrow. Things like that. So they're a little bit keen.
Should be a good night then. I'm going to hand you back over to Richie for a period of time as I take a break. Wayne's in the seat still, and I'll take you through the match a little bit more.
I think it's 12 overs gone. 2 for 72.
Yeah, impressive start here by the Queenslanders. Wayne, you were saying earlier you were hoping to get about 200 or so, but with this start you might be looking at 250 plus now.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I sort of said in the change rooms to one of the guys, that what's a good score, and I said over 200 is going to be par, but it all depends. We like to go hard at the ball and just keep going. Our batting lineup is we bat all the way down. The person batting 11 could probably open if we needed them to. So, but it's not quite that wicked. I think you can just keep going. You've sort of got to be a little bit selective. It probably showed in the first probably 3 overs out there with Benji and myself, where it was a bit tricky to get the pace of the ball and things like that. But as soon as you get in, I think small boundaries, quick outfield. And as we know, being over 42, the more overs will get bowled. The fielders don't move around as much. So yeah, you can sort of cash in if you got wickets in the shed. in the last 10 overs.
Well, certainly Captain Sam Curtis and his opening batsman Benji Lee have started very aggressively here and got used to a magnificent start. Tell me, Wayne, what was the thinking behind batting first? That I noticed in the other qualifying games, you've chased down 3 totals. Was that because you just lost the toss? And
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
We lost the toss, all 3, and we were all for batting first and posting our targets, or not so much targets or game plans, but going on last year's stats and the grounds and the wickets sort of looked the same as last year. We were thinking that we wanted 300. If we went hard and got off to a start like this, we want to post 300, and then you're playing teams out of the competition. A lot of the teams we've come up against, they've batted well. Like, some have got 180 in that, but just a little bit no intent up the top, which and I don't know whether that's due to their not as much depth in their batting and things like that. But for us, it's a lot of depth, and we just think that you can sort of bat sides out of the game if you get a big score.
Yeah, was it the South Australia game that they said 207 against you, and you guys chased it down with 2 wickets left? Is that right?
Yeah, correct. We did it a little bit tough. There was a couple of we won't say dodgy decisions, but not in our favour. A couple of run-outs and things like that. But we sort of did it. We did it a little bit tough that day. I got 50 odd, and a few wickets were falling around, and sort of just batted time and things like that. But yeah, no, they were good. That was probably a 280, 300 sort of ground and wicket as well. But a couple of these guys batted really well, and I guess you're coming up against some of these guys which they haven't played a lot of turf cricket. Like I know a few of them said, this is my 6th game, this is my 7th game on turf, so they're still finding their feet, obviously, and things like that, where all of us have pretty much played all our lives on turf, so and it probably shows in our batting a little bit more than some of the other teams.
Yeah, fantastic. 2 for 75 here after 13. It's Steve Cannell continuing from the southern end, and it's beautifully struck by...
And that's 6, I think.
Amazing shot there by Benji Lee over mid-off, and I think that has carried. Steve Lamb says 6, absolutely. Magnificent shot.
It's going to feel like a tracer bullet, that one, didn't it?
He's got incredibly fast hands, Benji.
He does.
Really gets some bat speed up there, doesn't he?
He certainly does, yeah. So I think he's raced along to 46.
He's had a good week with the bat, hasn't he?
Yeah, he missed out in one of the games, but got quick 60 yesterday off 20-odd rocks.
Going hard again there, but this time to mid-on just for the 1. Sam Curtis in the hat now, taking the helmet off. Spin from both ends.
It's good, these competition with the helmet rule, that you can bat in a hat. I think some of the associations around Australia and that, we all understand it's for safety and things like that, but I think it also needs to go back into the hands of the person what's batting. Needs to probably have a bit of a say on their own safety as well.
It can be a little precious, can't you? And you do need to give grown men their own sense of responsibility. You can understand at the junior level, of course, keeping the kids safe.
Correct.
And of course it is unfortunately the 10-year anniversary of that loss of Phillip Hughes, who was wearing a helmet, of course, but unfortunately, as luck would have it, it was just a tragedy that took place in Australian cricket.
But yes, it's like society, everything's changing. But yeah, no, I think it's good in the Masters, and especially like if you're going somewhere hot as well. Like it's a duty of care as well. You can overheat in those things, and
yeah, very hard to bat under the lid when it's hot, and you got the sweat dripping down into your eyes. And
I'm telling you, since this year, I've opened the batting in first grade and haven't worn a helmet for a long time. Only if someone I think's a little bit. A little bit worrying, and you're getting a bit older, but I've had to get a lid, and to be truthful, I bought a decent one too, which makes it a bit more comfortable, but what I found is I have a sweatband underneath it, and that stops it, but you get used to it, but again, having that option, I think you should be able to have that option to take it off, even for slow bowling, you should have that option, but some of the associations are using the insurance thing.
Well, that's right, and liability and all those things
all
coming
that sort
to
of
it.
stuff.
So it's Vinay Tripathi continuing on here at the northern end of Charles Verriard West. Right arm off spin, bowling to Benji Lee. And just defends back down the wicket. So Wayne, you played in last year's championships and this is your second one.
Yeah.
How long will you keep it going for, mate? You're in your late 40s, but
It's late 40s.
but there's no limit on it.
No, till the body holds. Let's go, I guess. It's quite enjoyable coming away with the lads. Good bunch of blokes. Probably a couple more years in the 40s, and then you can probably cruise in and be a young 50 and
That's right.
and look like you run fast, I guess. But still battling away, trying to play Saturday cricket as well, playing first grade there for Surfers Paradise.
Fantastic. Oh, there was a big chance there.
Big chance there.
Sam Curtis nearly getting run out at the bowler's end. Fantastic throw, but not getting a direct hit there, and Sam Curtis stays. How was that beautiful part of your world, Surfers? Been there a couple of times myself. Magnificent to visit and see.
Yeah, we don't play actually sort of in Surfers. It's at Benoa, sort of just out. If you know the Gold Coast Turf Club, it's sort of just down there. Lovely ground. It's an AFL ground as well. So the first probably 1.5, 2 months, the ground's coming back from footy and things like that. But beautiful wicket, can be bouncy and fast. So that's good size. It's a good club. Just they've had some good renovations there
Excellent.
lately. So it's been
So
good.
that is 15 gone, and it's drinks with Queensland 2 for 84 in this Division 2 final. I'm with Vice Captain Wayne Phillips from the Queensland side. Benji Lee is 49 not out off just 47 balls. Brett Winterscale and Wayne Phillips, the batsman, out. Wayne with 18. Brett with 2. Sam Curtis, the skipper, is not out on 12. We'll just have a drinks break here and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Time I need a rescue, hanging on the verge of breakdown. Even though I try to replace you, but loneliness makes me break down. Every time I need a rescue, hanging on the verge of breakdown. Waiting for a touch, you say no day.
Yes, welcome back here to Charles Verriard West, where we have this Division 2 final between Queensland Drought Masters and Victoria White.
Can't hear you at the moment.
And the score 2 for 84. So it looks like we've got Steve Gannell to continue on from this southern end, and I'm with Matt Grant from North Townsville. Welcome, Matt.
Thanks, mate. Happy to be here. Yeah, absolutely loving this whole tournament. It's been absolutely fantastic, and honestly, just happy to be here. Coming a long distance from Townsville.
This is your first time at the Over 40s National Championships, Matt, is that right?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely, mate. I just turned.
There's a wicket.
Unfortunately, I have to go now. I have to get Pat up. So
Sam Curtis has been dismissed by the right arm off spin, and yeah, unfortunately, we're going to lose Matt.
That was quick and easy, boys. Thanks.
Matt's got to go Pat up. He'll be coming in shortly. Thank
Cheers,
you, Matt.
mate.
We'll get you back later.
Easy come, easy go.
Well, the third wicket for Queensland, a big breakthrough for Victoria, getting that wicket straight after drinks, with Steve Gannell bowling Queensland captain Sam Curtis, who looked very solid there, but he's out now for 12. Queensland 3 for 84 in the 16th over. Paul Guthrie's back with me. Paul, massive breakthrough for Victoria there.
It was, wasn't it? Yes. First ball after drinks. That wicket going down. And the batsman out was the captain. If that's correct, I think, Richie.
Yeah, Vice Captain Wayne Phillips was saying earlier that they were really looking to push hard here after this start. But unfortunately, that wicket might just slow things a touch.
I think it may. And the incoming batsman is Ryan Armstrong, age 45, from Broadbeach, Robina, in his second tournament.
I'm not sure where Broadbeach is, but I'm guessing it's somewhere in amongst all the surfers area, I think.
When I'm not sure where a location is, Richie, I say somewhere east of Java. So, to face his first delivery is Armstrong. Batsman is forward, there's an appeal. Oh, he's given him his LBW.
Wow,
so
massive.
Two quick wickets there to Victoria.
Let's hope Matt Grant's padded up ready to come in.
Gannell taking another wicket. And the Queensland player we're just talking to. Who's this going in? This is Coley, by the looks of it.
Yeah, David Coley from Everton Cricket Club, the wicket keeper for this Queensland side coming in. David Coley. Sorry, is that correct? Yes, he's 40 years old, making his debut in the over 40s National Veterans Cricket Championship in this Division 2 final here at North Perth, Charles Verriard West.
And David plays for the Everton club in Queensland.
Big setback here for Queensland. 2 wickets in this over from Steve Gannell. Magnificent bowling, attacking the stumps and getting both the bold of Sam Curtis, the skipper, and then following that up shortly after with an LBW. Did you manage to see a replay of that, Paul? I didn't catch one.
Wasn't focusing, unfortunately. I was trying to sort out the scorecard here, which is up now.
Hopefully our directors might be able to give us another replay of that if they can hear us.
So Coley taking strike to Gannell. He's in. nicely forward. Beautiful forward defensive shot there. Coley hurries back to his mark. Gannell hurries back to his mark. And that's left alone outside the off stump.
Looked a bit of an arm ball there.
Tricky.
Fantastic over. Magnificent over there by Steve Gannell. Taking two crucial wickets for Victoria there to really... And here we are. Thank you, directors. We've got it. Oh, yeah, that looked pretty straight to me, Paul.
It did, yeah.
That looked pretty out. Very good decision there by Steve Rose, I think it was. Yes, that is absolutely out. Fantastic appeal and well-deserved. And Armstrong, yeah, just getting caught on the knee roll there, not coming far enough forward and dead in front, I think. Not even Marnus might have reviewed that, Paul Guthrie. No, that's not true. Marnus would have definitely reviewed. Who am I kidding?
Yeah. And Steve Smith, of course, would have thought that he's not out. So Tripathi in again, continuing right arm off spin.
Yeah, to Benji Lee on 49 here, who's batted magnificently for Queensland. Got them off to this flying start, which now you might have to reassess how aggressive he is here, Paul.
Yes, I think there may well be a change in the circumstances for the batsman. 2 quick wickets. Tripathi in again. Played away to mid-wicket. Just a flick out there to the fielder. No run.
That wicket that bowled Sam Curtis ended a 55-run partnership between Lee and Curtis.
Oh.
Tripathi into his 4th over.
Very quickly in.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He's pulled that away and he gets 4.
4 runs.
And it's 50 to Benji Lee. Magnificent. An outstanding innings.
Very good knock. Very good knock indeed.
Very aggressive. Some beautiful power hitting over mid-off and also cow corner and also hopping onto anything short there to put Tripathi away and brings up his 50 in just 52 balls, I think.
That's correct, yep. 5 4s, 3 6s to Benji Lee. So Tripathi in again to Lee, and this one is played away behind square leg again for 4. Oops. And he's racing along his Benji. Well, that change of pace that we predicted hasn't yet occurred, Richie. With I suppose if you get the deliveries, the right deliveries, you've got to take to them, and that is over. 4 overs bowled by Tripathi for 23 runs, and Queensland are 4 for 92 off 17 overs.
Benji Lee from the Helensvale Cricket Club in amongst the northwest area of the Gold Coast, in between Dreamworld and SeaWorld.
Oh, well done, Richie. Gannell continues to Coley.
Lovely part of the world, and g'day to all Queensland and Victorian viewers. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage here from North Perth, where we've got this Division 2 final between Queensland and Victoria.
Forward is Coley, watchful. Gannell is bowling well, 4 overs, 2 for 20. 1 maiden in there. That one's a bit short, played away, and oh no, it wasn't played away. Eyes deceived me there, taken by the keeper.
Like most of the over 40s, our eyes are starting to deceive us.
Forward again is Coley. Gannell in. slightly round arm delivery, that one, if I'm correct. And it's left alone outside the off by Coley.
Yeah, David Coley, just the wicket keeper, just trying to get himself in here after a couple of quick wickets in Steve Gunnell's last over.
And that's over.
It is, and it's 4 for 92 with a couple of boundaries there from Benji Lee, who's moved along beautifully to 57 not out, leading this Queensland innings so far. David Coley is not out, 0 off 8 deliveries, but there's no rush for him. I think it's probably very important for Queensland just to consolidate here. Only 18 gone, of course.
So a change of bowler here for Victoria. We have Brent O'Connor, the captain, coming on to bowl. Brent is age 45 from Banyul. I think that's correct, Banyul.
The skipper.
Yep, Victoria. For the listeners out there, this is the former home ground of the former Australian captain, Kim Hughes. Kim played here. Kim was captain coach actually here, and I think he was about 23 when he was appointed captain coach of North Perth Cricket Club, who's since moved to, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Richie, Willerton. North Perth moved to Willerton, or was it Joondalup? One of the two.
Well, that's Paul. I'm actually not sure, but the great Kim Hughes, of course.
Yep.
What a fantastic cricketer he was to watch.
Brilliant.
And Banyul in the northeast of Melbourne.
Just thinking back, West Perth Wacker Club, I'm pretty sure moved to Joondalup, and North Perth, I'm pretty sure went to Willerton. But I do stand corrected on that. Well, it's short and played away out through square leg. Batsman walked through basically for a single.
So the skipper here, Brent, during the week took 1 for 14 off his 4 overs against the WA Giddy side. Against the ACT, he picked up 3 for 5 off 6 overs.
Oh.
So the skipper leading the charge there. And against the New South Wales Waratahs also picked up 2 for 13 off his 8. So the skipper, Brent O'Connor, has had a fantastic week with the ball.
So O'Connor in again to Coley. Lovely looking forward defensive shot. Just played gently back down to mid-on.
Yeah, from what Wayne Phillips, the vice-captain, was saying earlier, this Queensland side bats very deep. So maybe the wickets, even though it probably sets them back a little bit, they trust their lower order to continue this onslaught against Victoria.
Another tight delivery there from O'Connor.
And we've still got no play over on Charles Verriard East, where the Division 1 final was scheduled. We've had some pitch issues and it's attempt to be remedied. I've got Mark Campbell prowling up and down, waiting to make the call over there in the final. Actually, Mark joins me now. Cambo, how are you, mate? Can you tell me what's going on over there on the eastern Charles Verriard? What's the go?
Well, firstly, Rich, good to see you, mate.
Good to see you too, mate.
Well, what's going on is that we've got a start now at 11:25.
Okay.
So a reduction of 10 overs, so 40 over game.
Okay. So still a decent cricket match.
So 5 overs each side, and it's basically where the bowlers are running in their follow-throughs on the wicket was deemed a little bit dangerous, a little bit too damp, and that's because it had some holes in it yesterday. They tried to fill the holes up, and of course expecting 36 degrees and sunshine, and we've got about 28 degrees and cloudy.
And no sunshine.
And no sunshine.
Right. So how did they fix that then now? I mean, will it be dry enough now to play at about 11:30? I think you said around when.
Yeah, 11:25.
11:25.
Yeah, it might have a little bit in it early. It's probably a new ball wicket anyway, so the ball might seem around a little bit early, but I wouldn't have thought it'd be too much trouble. 40 overs on. It's not as if we're going to be having Boomerang bowling on it, so I think it'll be all right.
And who won the toss over there, Canberra, in that game?
South Australia won the toss, elected to bowl. And the reason why they elected to bowl was because they saw the wicket was a little bit damp, so they thought, get first use to the Queenslanders and hopefully their bowlers could take full advantage with the new ball. So that's the issue. It's a new ball wicket, and so they're going to start at 11:25. They've had come up with all different connotations. We were going to change the wicket at one stage, and then the curator came from W.A. Woolwich, Suresh Pereira.
Oh, Suresh made it here, did he? Okay, he's not playing today? Or
yeah, he is playing, but he just had to come over here and fix the wicket up, and now he's done that, and now he's headed back to Rosalie Park, where they're playing this afternoon, or today. And hopefully now we'll get underway at 11:25, 15 minutes for lunch. So I know you blokes will have your nose in the trough firmly at lunchtime because you'll have 40 minutes, we'll only have 15.
And they've looked after us all week, as they have all the players and the umpires. It's been magnificent from all the clubs who have participated in this fantastic Veterans Carnival this week here in Perth.
We've got more cameras on the east wicket at Charles Reardon than they do at the Sheffield Shield games for the Wacker.
It's been a magnificent effort by Front Row Sports as well as Vision Live, who have been covering the tournament for the Veterans Carnival, and hope you're enjoying the coverage from all the grounds. That was Mark Campbell, who has joined us, who will be covering the Division 1 final over there between Queensland. Powerful cricket state, of course, Queensland, participating in both over 40s veterans finals here in Division 1 and Division 2. Excellent. So we've got some replays now. The LBW there. And yes, beautiful big appeal there to dismiss Armstrong, who was caught in front earlier. That's okay. Oh, and that's that was Vice Captain Wayne Phillips being bowled. And then the caught behind there of Brett Winterscar, who was caught by the keeper, and then the captain Sam Curtis, big wicket there for Gannell bowling the Queensland captain, and then the LBW at the end there to finish that off. 2 wickets in the over. There's another appeal, and there's another wicket.
LBW.
We've got an LBW there. Looks like it's Benji Lee has been given LBW. The captain, Brent O'Connor, makes a massive breakthrough here.
A big hoik attempted there on the onside.
Benji Lee looking back, not too happy, I don't think, with this decision from one of the Steves out there.
Certainly not.
Let's have a look at the replay. Oh no, I think that's got to be given there. I think that's a good decision by the umpire. I think he's misjudged that slightly, Benji. He must feel aggrieved because he's been hit above the pad, but the way he was shaping to play that shot. Let's have a look at the height here. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Iffy, but he's on his way. If you look
He
at
is
the
on his way.
scorebook, it's out.
And magnificent innings by Benji Lee, 57. He'll be disappointed with the end. He's not happy, but he played magnificently and gave everyone some sensational entertainment here at North Perth.
It's a very good innings indeed. And coming out to bat now is our previous very brief commentary partner, Matt Grant, age 40 from North's Townsville.
And 5 for 96
yes.
now.
Just a quick update on my previous advice. North Perth were actually moved to Joondalup Ritchie. Having moved to this ground in 1974, they relocated in 98-99 for the 98-99 season. So just correcting my information provided earlier. So Willerton were the club that moved from West Perth.
Yeah.
So the complexion of the game changes again.
Dramatically changed, yeah. After being 2 for 84 at one stage, we had the double wicket over from Gannell, and then that breakthrough there by Brent O'Connor. Queensland have fallen to 5 for 96 now in the 20th over, and that really does change this complexion of this game.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? So the run rate is healthy at 5. just a touch under. And,
So Lee 59, Phillips 18, Winterscale 2, Curtis 12, Armstrong 0. David Colley is 2 not out, and Matt Grant just walking to the crease. The left-hander, it looks like. And he will be up against Brent O'Connor, the skipper, who's been bowling magnificently all week here in Perth.
So the breeze has just picked up that easterly. It's just picked up slightly here as we speak.
Fast action from O'Connor, short run-up, quick action, round the wicket to the left-hander. Hurries the batsman a little bit here.
Yeah, very whippy action there. Forward. I agree.
Yeah, I think we're copying these easterlies most of the day, Paul.
Yep.
We might get a bit of relief later on, but I'm not counting on it.
No, there's absolutely no sea breeze forecast whatsoever. Let's hope the temperature's kept down.
Oh,
there's
nice
a
shot.
over the
Nice
top.
shot. He's pulled that over mid-wicket, and he will get 4, I would imagine. It's
I think that's
trickling out
gone.
there.
I think.
No, it looks like it's pulled up.
No.
And a nice throw in there from the fielder. I think, as much as we hope the fires get put out as quickly as possible, this bit of smoky cover is actually keeping the temperature down, which is pleasant for the cricketers.
I wasn't looking forward to sitting under this roof today when I saw the forecast. I thought we were going to fry. I even bought one little fan, desk fan to put here.
Oh, Paul, you're all over it. That's fantastic.
But I don't think we'll need it somehow. Touch wood.
And David Colley just turning that out to mid-wicket. Really looking to establish his innings here. 2 off 16. Can't really take any risks for a little while here, and probably will look to bat through as long as possible. Get some support from the other end. And then
O'Connor over the wicket this time.
hoping that the Queenslanders can launch in that last 15. So it's 5 for 99 after 21 overs.
Do we have a change of bowler? No. Ganell looks like he's going to continue. Indeed he is.
Yeah, I think Ganell's really found his rhythm here, and he's looking very dangerous, and they probably, well, who knows, but I would imagine he might just bowl through here with 3 more to go. He's got 6 overs, 2 for 22 with that double wicket over he took earlier.
So he's got 2 for 22 off with 2 maidens in there, Richie.
Outstanding, outstanding impersonation, Paul. It's actually going to come round the wicket to the left-hander, it looks like, to Matt Grant. Matt, a tall lad. Interesting to see how he approaches this. There's just a ring field on the offside, a backward point, cover, extra cover and mid-off. So 5 men on the offside. And there's a long on, mid-wicket square leg.
Short
And
delivery,
a deep mid-wicket there as well.
the batsman unable to put it away.
Steve Ganell from Upway, the 41-year-old, making his over 40s championship debut. Looks like a very likely type. In fact, he's got a touch of the Tim Mays about him, even though Tim May was the South Australian Test great. Very similar action here from Ganell.
Very similar. Cut away there, backward on point, and they run.
Very well fielded by Tim Reed back there from Johnson Park, the 48-year-old. Moving sprightly like he's 38 actually. That's well bowled and well left by Matt Grant. So a slight pause in proceedings here. He thinks that's pad first. Would have been a tough one to give, given around the wicket, whether he's hitting line. It's another over gone, and a very good one once again from Gannell. Steve Gannell finishing his 7th over.
Very tight indeed. And that was a maiden, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Still 2 for 22, Paul.
2 for 22.
After 7, but outstanding bowling from Steve Gannell, who has really dragged Victoria right back into this game from following the early onslaught from Benji Lee and Wayne Phillips.
So O'Connor to continue from the Albert Street end of the ground.
Yeah, Albert Street at the northern end of the ground, and we've got Burke Street at the southern end here at North Perth. Charles Verriard West. Sun just starting to poke through a little bit more.
Yeah.
And just works that way to backward square down to the man there on the fence, which is Justin Nelson from Flemington.
I'll be looking forward to, Richard, to see some of the balls hit into some of those houses along the edge of Burke Street. I've seen it many times actually. There's some big hits.
Well, certainly, Phillips and Lee looked like they were the likely types early on. There was some beautiful big hitting early on.
Certainly. So O'Connor coming around the wicket now.
Matt Grant pulls that away beautifully over mid-wicket, and that is just fallen short of the rope there, but he gets a beautiful start to his innings with a lovely shot, Matt Grant.
Very
Moving
well
to 7,
played.
sorry.
Very well played. As Richie mentioned, Matthew Grant, very tall player. Good levers. So O'Connor in once again over the wicket, bowls well up, forward. Is Grant. Plays it out nicely to mid-off.
Yeah, adjusting his length there. And he's had success with the full ball so far. Brent O'Connor from Banyure in the northeast of Melbourne. And Grant cautiously just defends that out to point. Picked up by Vinay Tripathi from Carnegie Cricket Club. Fantastic, Paul, to have everyone from around the country, from all these different suburbs and country towns that have joined us here in Perth. Magnificent to see how cricket's played around the country, brought all together in one spot.
It's a great carnival.
Veteran cricketers, yeah, magnificent effort by, that's a lovely shot. Gee whiz, he eased on that, Matt Grant. He split the gap between point and extra cover, and that is raced to the fence. That was magnificently timed.
Wonderfully timed. Not a heap of power, just placed beautifully.
That's one of the things that stood out for me this week, Paul, is the technique from some of these old timers. With all apologies, lads. I know you take that in the right spirit, but they've obviously had well-honed techniques all their careers, and that continues to hold them in good stead. And they play beautiful cricket shots like that.
I've seen some very good players indeed.
Oh, he thought he could pounce on one then. It probably wasn't short enough, and he's bottom edged it to a short fine leg, where it's stopped by Peter Dunlop from Upper Ferntree Gully.
It'd be interesting to know. I know we don't have that information here to how many of these players we've got here today, at least, who've played first grade Premier cricket over the course of their careers. I would assume there'd be a few from what I've seen. End of the over.
Yeah, well, certainly Wayne Phillips, the vice captain, still playing first grade cricket over in Surfers. So they are very, very capable cricketers here. We have the Veterans Cricket Championships. There's no easy games, and there's a lot of depth, and it's fantastic for these boys, not just to get together with mates and represent their state. Of course, this is representative cricket. I mean, what an outstanding achievement by everyone here this week to play cricket for their state at the over 40s level. And yeah, they come from some very high quality backgrounds at the cricket levels. And well bowled again by Steve Ginnell, who's bowling a superb spell here.
Yeah, it's a long way to come for particularly Queensland, Victoria. Tasmania, of course, the furthest point of Australia.
And Matt Grant realising how important it is to see off Steve Ginnell here, not taking any risks. Doesn't want to expose Queensland's lower order to more of this accurate off spin. A quick one there, just outside off and let go.
Ginnell and again around the wicket, played up an edge there, down to, what would you call that position there?
Just that short third man, did it go to?
Yeah, short third man, that's what I was looking for. Thanks, Richie. Nice
This time he
drive.
drives beautifully and he's beaten the man at short cover and he's beaten the man at mid-off, and it will go all the way for 4.
Lovely shot there.
Fantastic chase by Vinay Tripathi, but he couldn't get there. That was sweetly struck again by Matt Grant. Looking very good when he plays a full-blooded shot, Matt Grant.
He does look good, doesn't he? Richie coming in number 7 for Queensland.
Yeah, Queensland 5 for 113 now. Nearing the end of the 24th over. That's the first run we've seen off Steve Ginnell in some time.
Left alone
Left
outside
alone.
off. And over. 24 gone. Score is 5 for 113. We have Grant on 16 and Coley on 3, playing the anchor sheet. Wall endeavouring to pull in a recovery for Queensland after losing 3 for 12 in the last few overs.
Yeah, I would imagine the plan now is to get safely with no more wickets lost before the drinks break at 30 overs, and then perhaps look to pile it on late on. 5 for 113 after 24 is not bad. Still would be targeting that 200 plus score that Vice Captain Wayne Phillips was hoping they could get to, but
I think you'll need 200.
absolutely. I mean,
South
we are
Philly.
talking about a final here, so you
Yes.
do need a good runs on the board total.
A minimum of 200. O'Connor. Slightly short of a length ball, forcing the batsman up onto his toes. He plays a nice forward shot there.
Everyone in it here. Come on, hold on, hold on.
And in case you haven't heard, we're still waiting on play to commence out on Charles River Yard East, where the Division 1 final between Queensland and South Australia has been delayed due to some damp pitch areas, in particular around the bowler's run-up. So one ball was bowled earlier and it was deemed unsafe. And Suresh Pereira, the curator here at North Perth, has kindly left his game for WA Woolwich and came across North Perth and helped out, and play will recommence at 11:25, and that game now a 40 over a side game. So I wonder what they do with that first ball, Paul. I don't know if they start the game again or if it counts or not.
That's a good question.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Coley.
David Coley flicks it through mid-wicket. Wow. Some of the timing here from the Queensland batsman is magnificent. So this pitch is playing pretty well overall.
They're playing nicely. Yes, it'll be interesting to see what they do with that extra ball. Immediate thoughts, they'll probably start from scratch, given that the overs have been reduced, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I really don't know. Yeah. I don't know what the laws are on that sort of stuff, Paul.
Bowls to Coley, plays it out onto the offside.
Well, David Coley might have started slowly here, but looking at that last shot that he whipped through mid-wicket, and I think we've got, thank you directors, I think we've got another replay here. Oh no, that's the defensive shot, but the shot, he looked like he could really play. And so if he hangs around, we could be in for some fireworks.
Left alone outside the off, through the keeper, end of the over. 5 for 117, Queensland after 25. A touch under 5. Perhaps about 4-7. Now, as you suggested earlier, will bowl through. Great figures of 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 26.
Yeah, he's bowled superbly.
I'd just be, if I was the batter, I'd be watching this over out.
Matt Grant this week, 6 off 10 versus South Australia. 29 off 34 against WA Mali. And he did not bat in the Tasmania game. Queensland and Victoria both winning all 3 matches this week to earn their rightful place in this Division 2 final.
Ganell in once again, right on
Tossed that one up and Matt Grant was enticed. Really gave it everything.
Yeah, he hit that would have gone all the way.
I'm not sure if it turned much or he's just missed that, but he certainly looked to put that probably somewhere near us, I would imagine, Paul.
Yeah, one of us would have taken our first catch of the card.
Wait.
Straight.
Steve Ganell bowling from the Burke Street end at this very lovely ground here at North Perth. Now he goes. Here it is. There's a man back there though. Vijay Tripathi's coming in as one bounce just short of him. I wonder if Vijay was hiding in the shadows of these trees here and Matt Grant didn't pick him up initially. But he's safely home for a single.
Right behind the pole to my left, I didn't even see him there. Second last delivery, I believe, of his spell. Quicker one up there, just played forward by Coley. It was Coley, wasn't it?
Yeah, David Colley's week during the championships. He did not bat in the Tasmania game either, but he's made 34 off 56 against WA Mali, and he also made 20 off 38 against South Australia. So he's been in decent touch this week too.
Is that Nelson coming back on? Yes, Nelson coming back on the Albert Street end. Bowled a very tight opening spell earlier. 5 overs for 24 overs for 25. It was 1 over where he was taken to, but generally speaking, he's been very tight throughout the championship as well as today's.
So Victoria fought their way back into this contest massively after Queensland were 2 for 84, then 5 for 96. Now a recovery here from Matt Grant and David Colley, taking the score to 5 for 117 after 26 gone. I've got, is that correct?
5 for 118.
5 for
26
118,
is
right.
correct.
My
Yep.
apologies. Played cricket always an over behind. I should remember that.
Nelson to continue bowling left arm over the wicket. Orthodox spin, unorthodox spin actually, squirts away to back of point.
Good,
Picked
Jazzy.
up there.
So he's got a man at deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper at deep extra cover. So plenty of protection from the skipper, and that's worked out to the man at a whitish long on for a single. So it'll be interesting to see what David Colley does here. I can't imagine he's going to put too much in the air just yet. And they'll look to work Nelson
Well
around,
done.
pick up
Come
these
on, mate.
1s and 2s for the moment.
Now, buddy.
So Nelson into bowl again. Around the wicket. Forward. It's Coley
Lovely.
playing it out to the offside.
Good. Here we go.
Short.
Another big push here,
wicket.
boys.
Not big
Come
wicket.
on.
Cover position. It's played down to deep. Long on for single.
Yeah, David Coley starting to look very good, easing into his innings here. Looks to be a lovely timer of the ball when he does play shots. Took his time to get used to the pace and bounce of this wicket. And that's a short ball. It's pulled away and it's just wide at the mid-wicket. And we'll just get the one here, Matt Grant, out to the long on. But a little bit risky there. Might have just been deceived in the
One big
length there.
push here. Come on, Jazzy.
Rotating the strike, this right-hand, left-hand combination, always difficult for bowlers to adjust in that situation.
Yes, it is indeed to get your length. That's over. 27 gone. 5, 4, 1, 2, 1.
You're with Paul Guthrie and Rich Harries here at Charles Verriard Reserve in North Perth on this pleasant day so far here in our state capital, where we are at the, very privileged to be at the Veterans Cricket Association Division 2 final.
And so far we've got a very pleasant day with the haze, the smoke haze that's surrounding Perth. It's high at the moment. A slight southeasterly breeze blowing here. I'm not expecting to see a breeze this afternoon. So conditions may warm up. So we've got a change of bowler here. Tripathi, he's back on, replacing Ganell.
Yeah, it looks like Tripathi's changed ends, coming on after Steve Ganell's magnificent spell.
Going right arm around the wicket to Grant.
All teams, of course, are participating in games today, no matter where they finished on the ladder or what they did in the qualifying games during the week. Elsewhere, we've got New South Wales Waratahs playing South Australia. The Waratahs are 5 for 138 in the 28th over.
At the end, outside the off, left alone. Comfortably by the keeper.
Two WA sides going head-to-head out at Des Penman Memorial wicket. WA Marley 4 for 94 after winning, being sent in by WA Jitty Jitty. And the ACT 2 for 80 playing Tasmania.
It's turned around the corner by Grant. Picks up one run. Batsman Andy through.
They're all Division 2 matches. In Division 1 matches, we've got WA Woolwich 2 for 112 at Rosalie Park against Victoria Blue. With Wayne Ritzmer, the captain, 57 not out of 57 balls, and that is in the 25th over. And WA Carrack playing at the famous Gil Fraser Reserve in North Fremantle against the ACT. Well, they're struggling there actually. They are 6 for 93 after 22 overs, so big setbacks there for the WA Carrack side, who unfortunately didn't win a game this week and have been set back on their heels by ACT, where Matt Treloar and big bad Darren Southwell have taken some early wickets there.
Shot on the offside just for one. Wanted to head off. Nelson continuing with the attack. Coley. Similar shot down to deep, mid off, one run taken.
And of course the one game yet to commence is the Division 1 final, which everyone's waiting on, Queensland versus South Australia at Charles Verriard East. We've had some pitch issues and play will be scheduled to commence at 11:25, and that game has been adjusted to a 40 over a side match.
Nelson de Coley. Big pull over the top. That's a deep square
That's
leg.
Matt Grant there, the left-hander.
Grant, of course it is. Just landing a few metres short of the fielder. Lovely shot, flicked away down on the offside, onside for one run. Again to Grant, one edge, an outside edge.
That's great work, Daz.
Short third man, no run. And that is over. 5 for 1-2-6 at the end of the 29th.
Yeah, Matt Grant and David Colley at the crease, two of the younger members of this Queensland squad, along with Benji Lee, all 40-year-olds.
As we've mentioned a few times, this is Charles Verriard Oval, currently home of the Chewett Hill Cricket Club. Previously called themselves the North. Yes, previously. Sorry, the North Perth Cricket Club, who were previously called Chewett Hill. They moved from Chewett Hill to this ground a number of years ago, and they switched their name back to North Perth, given that the ground is located in North Perth.
Oh, he's convinced he's got him, yes. Vijay Tripathi trapping David Colley on the crease there.
I'd like to see that replay on that one.
Yeah, Colley looking to turn that to the leg side. We're getting caught on the pads again, and Colley, I don't know if he's convinced. I think he's a little bit disappointed with that decision, and he's giving Steve Rose a bit of a mouthful there. And I don't think he means. I don't mean that in a rude way. I think he's just questioning that decision. He's checking with his partner Matt Grant about where that was, but I don't think he's too happy with that. Let's have a look. Oh, that's doubtful. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of doubt there. That's heading towards leg. Interesting decision there from the umpire.
Yes.
Yeah, look where the keeper's going. Yeah.
That's right. That were my immediate thoughts.
Chris Morrow, the keeper, moving well down the leg side to look to take that, and so I think he's a bit disappointed with that decision, David Colley.
And that's drinks. As we on fall of the wicket in the 30th over. Drinks normally take it into 30, but given the wicket has fallen, drinks are out on the field.
So yes, it's 6 for 126. We're in the 30th over. The batsman out there, David Colley, to Vijay Tripathi, trapped on the crease for LBW, and probably in an unlucky decision. When we come back, Gareth Morgan will be the new batsman in to join Matt Grant, who's 22 not out. Queensland now 6 for 126, and Victoria are right on top here, and we'll join you in a few moments. Welcome back here to Charles Verriard in the Division 2 final between Queensland and Victoria. We've just taken our second drinks break of the Queensland innings where a wicket has just fallen. It was David Colley was LBW to Vijay Tripathi out for 10. Matt Grant is 22 not out and he's being joined by Gareth Morgan who comes to the wicket in Queensland in a bit of disarray at the moment after a magnificent start earlier. They are now 6 for 126. And actually, no, my apologies. There's been a change in the batting lineup. It's Santosh Nistala has now come to the wicket. Santosh, who made 24 of 24 balls against WA Mali and did not bat against either South Australia or Tasmania in the earlier games this week. So he'll be looking forward to having a long hit here. Paul.
Was this, Santosh?
Here we go!
Santosh Nistala,
Yes, Nistala. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
yes, he'll be
And he went back there, went back to that one. And again, just getting caught in the crease. Vijay Tripathi, yeah. Hopefully,
Tripathi to continue.
thank you, directors. We just lost a bit of sound there for a moment.
It's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, so far you'd really want to be careful of getting or going back on your crease here against these spinners where Gannell and Tripathi have caused all sorts of problems for Queensland.
It's a good looking shot, driven down to long on and races away.
Fabulous shot.
That was a very good shot. Just stood up tall on the crease. Driven beautifully all the way along the ground. Nice way to get off the mark after looking a little bit unsure the first couple of deliveries.
6 for 130 now after 30 overs. So with 15 to go, again, that 200 score is what Queensland will be hoping to achieve, but with 6 wickets down, they've been rocked on their heels from some very clever off-spin bowling by Steve Gannell and Vijay Tripathi.
Only 4 wickets in the shed now, Rich, so consolidation definitely.
Time for you, mate.
Tripathi just finishing his 6th over, now 1 for 24.
Your turn, mate.
The
Come on.
left arm orthodox of Justin Nelson coming into his 7th over as he continues. Oh, wow. Beautiful bowling.
You can see the pressure building, back.
So a lot on the shoulders of Matt Grant here, who's looked very good while at the crease. But he's going to have to perhaps curtail his game for a little while.
Fielding out there for the Victorian player. Cut off at least one. Nelson in. Driven out to cover. Short cover. No run.
You're getting old, mate.
Matt Grant coming to Perth from North Townsville. Another lovely part of our great country.
Drives down to long off. A single.
You won't cut the cross him here, mate. Come on.
Santosh
Straight across him,
Nistala, age
Jonesy.
41 from the Logan Home Club in his 2nd championship for Queensland. He's got the Bond number on, Richie, 007.
That's great bowling, mate.
I've always
Great
been a
bowling.
James Bond fan, so he's my player of the day.
Same again, mate. Keep the pressure right on here.
I hope everything's okay in Victoria. I've got a couple of missed calls for some Victorians. I don't know who that's calling me, but g'day to all. Oh no, that's a bump ball.
Lovely, John.
Hopefully you're not calling to complain about the coverage.
You have some contacts over there, Richie.
I do, but I don't recognise this number. It's not
Oh.
coming up in my...
Wow.
in the display, so I don't know what's going on there, but words got out obviously. But I think I've been fair, Paul, on both sides.
Very good, yeah, very good.
The Victorians have been magnificent. Tremendous comeback by them after an early onslaught from the Queenslanders, who batted extremely well to get themselves to 2 for 84. But since then, they've now lost 4 for 47, and that has brought the match probably swinging Victoria's way just at the moment. But Matt Grant is still there. Matt Grant looks very good, but he is going to have to see off this clever spin from Vijay Tripathi. Just a reminder, Steve Gunnell, 9 overs, 2 for 27. What an outstanding spell by him.
Very good batting bowling there from Gunnell. Very tight. Picked up a couple of wickets.
It does look like we're only a few minutes away from the start of the Division 1 final on Charles Verriard East, where South Australia are bowling after a delay, and that game is 40 overs aside. Let's hope there's no more issues with that pitch and they can get a full Division 1 final in today. And Grant pulls that away behind square, and it's well stopped by the fielder out there on the line, and they do get back for 2. But an excellent bit of fielding and an excellent throw.
Two more to Matthew Grant. He's 23 off 45 deliveries. Tripathi in around the wicket. Squirts away behind square. No run there.
Yeah, and once again a sweep out deep, and then a short third man, point, cover, long off. He hits that one out to the sweeper. It was Peter Dunlop out there.
That's over. 32nd over completed. Score is 134, if I heard that correctly. Grant is on 25. And the Stala has just come to the crease in recent times is 4. And we have a drone up, Richie.
Oh, sensational.
The game next door. It will be interesting. Let's hope it stays up there. Doesn't come down on the players.
Broadcast here on the Verriard West ground, brought to you by Front Row Sports. Magnificent work by our camera people and our director.
Change of bowler for Victoria. We have Dirk Jordan, 41-year-old Dirk Jordan from Dingley in Victoria.
Dingley.
Give us an update at that location, Richie. You're all over it.
Well, let me just Google it, mate.
This is first delivery over, I think.
Dingley or Dingley Village?
Dingley Club, Dingley Cricket Club. As opposed to Dingley, the location. Sometimes there is a difference.
Yeah. Just in the south east of Melbourne.
Yeah, mate.
Out near Springvale.
Lovely, Dirkie boy.
Slightly inland from the Royal Melbourne Golf Club, it looks like.
Working hard here, mate. Let's grab an edge here.
Bowling just gentle. Dibbly Dobbs right arm over the wicket off a few paces. It's a bit shortish. Played out through cover point region.
G'day to
Filled
all.
out the dam boundary.
G'day to all our Victorian cousins who are hopefully watching their dads and brothers and sons and husbands, boyfriends play cricket over here in our magnificent Western Australia.
And it would be interesting to know, Richie, how many viewers we've got from the current match.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from our director. That's a big shot there. He's put that well back. Wow, what a fantastic hit there.
Bond goes big, doesn't he?
He does. Magnificent shot.
In the match that I commentated on Monday, we had, I watched a bit of it later, we had 1,300 viewers at one point.
Fantastic. What an effort.
That was South Australia Division 1 versus Victoria Division 1.
Oh, well, fantastic to know that people are tuning into the coverage of this Veterans Cricket Carnival. With Santosh there. James Bond has
Working hard here, bud.
launched that over a wide middle, and so Santosh looking to continue. And again he goes hard, but this time he doesn't beat the fielder at square, or at short fine leg rather.
Here, mate.
It is 7 for 141. The umpire's just checking. Yeah, I think there's
Over?
33 gone. The score is 7 for 141.
You can bring the error, mate. Error's gonna come, mate.
Sorry, my apologies. 6 for 141.
Says the Starler. It's a race to 10 off just the 8 deliveries with a 4 and a 6.
So, as Vice Captain Wayne Phillips said earlier, there is plenty of batting in this Queensland lineup, and they do seem to have a lot of capability and a lot of shot-making potential. And Matt Grant and Santosh Nastali here looking to build a partnership after a recent setback with the loss of David Colligan, his very unlucky LBW dismissal.
Tripathi to continue. Short played out to square by Grant. No run, straight to the fieldsman. Tripathi again around the wicket. Short on leg stump. Just to return around the corner for a leg by. An attempted turn around the corner, coming around off the pad for a leg by.
Did the umpire actually call leg by then?
He did, yeah.
He did. Sorry.
It was-
Well,
Yeah, he did very quickly on the run.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
so spin from both ends here. So both batsmen sporting the Queensland baggy maroon caps.
Delivery right up there. Tripathi, batsman played almost again up on his toes defensively.
Oh,
Attempted cut.
cut that, but it's
was-
beaten.
It may have been a bit close to the body from my position. And again,
Well, he's hit that to
Oh,
mid-wicket, has taken. It's a great
that's
catch,
good.
magnificent
Yeah,
catch there.
very good catch. So Bond is out. AKA the Starler.
That was the skipper, I think. Brent O'Connor's taken a magnificent catch there at short mid-wicket.
Diving the one left.
Santosh and Stala actually got onto that,
did,
but
didn't he?
didn't clear the man. It's very well taken by the skipper. And now that is 7 for 142.
Perhaps that 200 is looking maybe a slight stretch there, Richie.
Yeah, well, with the wickets falling, it's certainly curtailed this innings. Joel Mitchell from the Rebel Tourist Cricket Club. They sound interesting.
The Rebels.
Have to look into them. The 44-year-old making his debut in the Veterans Over 40 Cricket Carnival.
Rebel Tourists. I wonder where that name came from. I wonder if he's been to South Africa.
Joel, actually, I think he'll be grateful for a batter. He hasn't batted this week, so he'll be pleased to get a hit, even though the circumstances for his team are a little bit delicate at the moment for Queensland, where after their magnificent start, 7 for 142, and hoping to get themselves up to around about that 200 mark, give themselves something to defend. Matt Grant holding this lower order together on 27 not out. After Benji Lee up front made a magnificent 59.
Tripathi and Mitchell, his first delivery on. Was it flicked away or was that off the pad? I'm not quite sure. And he, oh, it's a
Looks
wide.
wide,
So
there you go.
neither, neither. Still plenty of overs to go, Rich, isn't there? Still plenty of overs to go.
Yeah, well, another 11 at least. So 11, sorry, not at least, 11.1. Matt Grant defends to close out that Tripathi over. Another tidy one by him, who's looked very good from this end. Completed now 8 overs, 2 for 31 for Vinay. Sorry, my apologies to Vinay if I've been calling him VJ all this time. My apologies to him and his family. But he's looked very good since he switched ends following Steve Ginnell's magnificent spell at this Burke Street end. Dirk Jordan will continue at the...
That's the Albert Street end of the ground, Richie.
Albert Street at the north end of the Charles Verriard Reserve.
This comes off barely 4 steps. I think I counted 3, could be 4. Or a number of small steps. There's perhaps 6.
Wow.
That's gone all the way. 6 runs.
Magnificent shot there, just clearing the head of our cameraman out there at deep mid wicket for Front Row Sports. Magnificent shot by Joel Mitchell. And for a guy at Front Row Screens, my apologies, Director, if I've just been corrected, it's Front Row Screens. Selling the wrong business there for a little while. Sorry, lads.
Another big hoik out, and he's always dropped. Fieldsman running around, Tripathi running around to his left. Seemed to be in and then just jumped right out, so a good let off there.
Front Row Screens, a magnificent broadcast partner for this Veterans Carnival, doing a sensational job. I hope they've got some shade for their cameraman later today, because if the sun does poke through, they're going to cook out there.
Yeah, mate. Good work, Dirkie.
But FRS have been a magnificent supporter and done a sensational job covering
Come on, bud. Here we go, mate.
a number of the games throughout this championship. There's another big appeal on Charles Verriard East, where South Australia look like they've got another breakthrough. We'll get to that game shortly. Meanwhile, Matt Grant just lays that out to long off, picks up a single. Dirk Jordan from Dingley. Looks like a wily old customer, Dirk.
Just picture these balls wobbling down the pitch as the batsmen wait. That one's
Again,
struck away.
Beautiful shot there.
Backward square. And 4 more there to, that was Mitchell.
Yeah, Joel Mitchell, who hasn't had a bat this week, has played 2 magnificent shots in his first few balls here. Moves himself to 11, I think.
He's certainly making up for
Dirkie boy. Here we go, boy.
no time at the crease.
Come, mate. One good one here. Get one through
So
him.
what will Jordan's comeback delivery be like?
Again, oh, he's
he
bowled
bowled
him.
There we are.
There you go, a big swipe by Joel Mitchell across the line, and Dirk Jordan's taken his off peg.
Yes, that was a big attempted point. And those, we've actually got these stumps actually light up out there.
Yep,
Richie.
the zinger stumps, as
Yeah.
long as the zinger bales, it's magnificent to see. And they've hit the pegs a few times today,
Haven't they?
the Victorians.
So Gareth Morgan is the incoming batsman, age 45, from Majiraba Nerang Cricket Club. That's a mouthful.
Jiribin Narang, yeah.
In his debut.
Yeah, 3 bowls and 2 LBWs, so certainly classic wicket-to-wicket bowling here by the Victorians, and it's paid dividends. And they've set Queensland reeling here now, 8 for 156.
So there's Dibley Dobbs bowled by Jordan. We've done the trick, 2 overs, 1 wicket for 19.
Yeah, he wasn't afraid to throw it up again there after being attacked by Joel, who'd gone hard at him. First ball over deep mid wicket, and then another ball that was swept away for 4, but then he's gone once too many, and his off peg's been knocked back.
8 down, very precarious. Need to bat their overs, that's for sure, I believe, Queensland. Set any sort of a total there for the Victorian team. Tripathi is to continue. Bowling to Grant. He's on 28 of 57 deliveries. The umpire's just a touch slow in getting in position here.
Yes, the umpire's also over 40 there, Paul.
Yes. All can be forgiven for that.
Tripathi again. Vinay Tripathi. Oh, that must be close. That's very close. That is out.
Indeed.
You cannot go back on this wicket, and well bowled by Vinay Tripathi, trapping the very solid batsman in Matt Grant on the crease there. Looked like it was back pad, halfway up, and Matt Grant goes for a well-made 28. But
That's the wicket they didn't want to lose.
that does leave Queensland struggling perhaps to bat out these overs now.
They kept very low, if my sight is correct there. He was plumb in front, kept very, very low. Here we are, side on view coming up.
Oh yes, yeah, very low, yeah. And
Shooter.
yeah, Matt Grant, who looked very solid, but the off-spin bowlers and all the off-pace bowling, actually, to be honest, Victoria haven't used a lot of pace today, and it's really helped them put Queensland into this very precarious position at 9 for 156 after just 35 overs. They would not want to leave 10 overs in the shed, would they, Paul?
No. They must bat out their overs if possible, even if it's only picking up 2 or 3 and over. With 8 down, it's not 9 down, sorry, 9 down, it's looking doubtful whether they can perhaps survive.
It's Amit Basin who comes to the crease from Broadbeach, Robina.
47-year-old. We've had 2 players from Broadbeach, Robina. Ryan Armstrong, of course. Sleep club mates.
He gets off the mark here. He's only had the one bat, which he made one not out against South Australia, Amit. G'day to everyone at Broadbeach, Robina. I'm sure all the cricket clubs around the nation are very proud of the over 40 representatives.
So Tripathi to bowl to Morgan. That's a go outside the off.
This is Vinay Tripathi's last over, and he's got 3 for 33, so he's come back extremely well after some early damage, but once he's changed ends, he's bowled superbly.
Nicely forward by Morgan. Going against the covers. And again over the wicket to Morgan. Very watchful. Very, very watchful. And 3 deliveries to come, I believe, or is it 4, Richie?
Vinay gets through his over so quickly.
He
He
does,
loses track, doesn't he?
You blink and one's gone. We'll see anyway. Right on the money then.
Darting those in at the
And in
pegs.
fact, he only had 1 to go.
That's how quick he is, Paul. You missed 3 or 4 in a row. Yeah, and I think that's what you've got to do, don't you? You've got to get forward like that onto the front foot. You cannot go back to this off spin on this pitch.
So Vinay Tripathi finishes his spell, 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 34. A great spell there for the Victorian team.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic work from both off spinners. The right arm orthodox off spinners, that is. Steve Cannell, 2 for 27. Vinay Tripathi, 3 for 34. Clinton Ford, the big fast bowler, 2 for 21. And the other wicket takers, Brent O'Connor, the skipper, 1 for 19, and Dirk Jordan, 1 for 19, who continues on here.
The skipper's coming back on.
Oh,
I
sorry,
believe.
apologies. There's a change in bowling. There is.
Brent O'Connor's back on.
Looking to wrap this up very quickly and not let Queensland milk anything out of these last 9 overs. The Queensland boys a little bit despondent here in the change rooms. Very quiet. Probably suddenly missing home after that batting performance.
Homesickness checking in, perhaps. Passing plays that nicely through the covers for an easy one, deep out to deep cover.
Well, you never know what's happening in the game of cricket until both sides bat.
That's right.
And the Queensland boys, of course, have had an outstanding week. They're also undefeated, like the Victorians. So we will wait with bated breath to see how this match pans out. And there's still... Sorry, Paul. There's
Sorry,
still,
mate.
there's
My
still,
apologies.
no, that's okay. There's still 158 runs on the board, which you still got to get. So you're always in the contest.
Yeah, runs on the board does count. That's for sure. Thinking though we might need a few more.
The only thing about such a sort of moderate total is there's no run rate pressure on the Victorians when they head out there. They'll be able to, openers will be able to dig in and get used to the pace and bounce and build an innings.
Connor into Morgan.
Oh, he's given him.
Oh.
Gee whiz, that's interesting. Well, I'm not convinced on that. We'll have to have another look at that replay. He looked to swipe that down behind square.
We'll get a good view of this too.
But he has been given out, and that is the end of the innings for Queensland, who have been bowled out for 157. We'll give you a call of the card shortly after we get this replay.
Here we go.
So Brenton O'Connor, the skipper. Oh, gee, I don't know. It's a tough one.
It's a tough one. It may have been
it's a hit
taken
in
away.
line, but I do feel like it is probably heading towards. The shot didn't look great, and that was probably one of the things that was in the umpire's mind.
Let's see if we can see the height.
Gee, let's have a look. Yes, he hasn't got forward enough. The height's not a problem, but I do think that one's sliding down leg a little bit. But anyway, the umpire has given his decision. That is Queensland all out for 158 in just the 36.4 overs. We'll give you a quick call of the card. Benji Lee, 59, very well batted off 58 balls. He was LBW to the skipper O'Connor. Wayne Phillips was bowled by Ford for 18. Brent Winterscale, Court Morrow bowled Ford for 2. Sam Curtis was bowled Gannell for 0. David Colley, the wicketkeeper, was LBW to Tripathi for 10. Matt Grant was also LBW to Vinay Tripathi for 28. Santosh Nastala, Court O'Connor bowled Tripathi for 10. Joel Mitchell bowled Jordan for 11. Gareth Morgan, LBW to O'Connor for 0. Ahmed Basin was 2 not out after 36.4 overs. Queensland all out for 158. Clinton Ford, 5 overs, 2 for 21. Justin Nelson, 7 overs for 33. Steve Gannell, outstanding spell of bowling, 9 overs, 2 for 27. Vinay Tripathi, also magnificent bowling, 9 overs, 3 for 34. The skipper, Brent O'Connor, 4.4 overs, 2 for 20. And Dirk Jordan, 2 overs, 1 for 19. Paul, before we cut to lunch, what are your thoughts on where this game is headed?
I think if I was Queensland, I'd be a bit disappointed with how they finished after such a flying start. The wicket appears to be playing a bit lower than early on in the day, and the Victorian batsmen will want to be very watchful, I think, at the start of their innings. Look, if I had to go for pick a winner, I would say that Victoria probably just got their noses in front, but we'll see how it plays out in the first 5 to 10 overs, I think, Richie. It's very hard to tell from here in.
Yeah, well, at 2 for 84, they were looking very strong, the Queenslanders, and then lost a number of quick wickets through the middle. And then, of course, to finish off that innings, they've just lost 3 for 1 to be all out for 157. So we'll break for lunch here with Victoria chasing 158 for victory. Thank you.
159, I think
Sorry, sorry, my apologies. Queensland are all out 158. The score's been corrected. And Victoria will come back after lunch to looking to make 159 to win. Thank you, everyone, and we will join you in about half an hour.
I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better with
Every time I need a rescue, hanging on the verge of breakdown. Even though I try to replace you, but loneliness makes me break down. Every time I need a rescue, hanging on the verge of breakdown. Waiting for a touch, you say no day. Nothing could really take your place. Bonk. Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my tongue. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my tongue. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Alright, 'cause I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before.
And welcome back here to North Perth at the Charles Verriard Reserve. We're in the Division 2 final of the Veterans Cricket Association between Queensland and Victoria. Queensland dismissed all out 158 in just 35.1 overs, a magnificent bowling performance by Victoria, and they will look to set upon this target of 159 shortly. We've got Peter Dunlop and Raul Kira at the crease. Raul from Old Kerry Cricket Club. Is it, I think that's correct. I'm looking at number 15 out there. Maybe they've changed shirts or something, but I'm assured by the scorers it is Peter and Raul out there.
Yes, so number 15 is listed as Tim Reid, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that's correct there, Paul. And to open the bowling for Queensland will be Santosh Nistala. And this new ball will be very important for the Queenslanders defending this total, Paul. Santosh, a right arm from Loganholme in Queensland. He comes in and he's full straight away, attacking the stumps much like the Victorians did, and got the rewards. Queensland led by Benji Lee with a magnificent 59. And late on by Matt Grant with his 28. But they'll probably be a little bit disappointed. And he's worked that down to fine leg there for a single to get Victoria underway.
So we have James Bond, as you mentioned, opening the bowling.
Yes, Bond, James Bond. Santosh Nistala. Oh, and there's some sweet-looking treats being distributed amongst the Victorian cricket side over there. It looks like some chocolate brownies being brought out by one of the hosts. And thank you to this young man who's brought me some burger rings as well. But I don't know how that'll sound on radio or YouTube. Yeah, crunching away on the burger rings. But gee whiz, I do like the sight of that chocolate brownie over there.
So Nistara into bowl. An edge wide of first slip down to third man for a single.
So Peter Dunlop, the left-hander, wearing Tim Reid's shirt today for some reason. Raul, the right-handed batsman. Santosh in again from the Albert Street end. Nice quick whippy action and forced to defend is Peter from Upper Ferntree Gully, the 40-year-old. His first time in these Veterans Cricket Championships. Oh, there's another big appeal, and the way they've been giving LBWs today, who knows?
Well forward there, I think, Rich. But as you said, one never knows, do we, at this point?
Just an update from the Division 1 final, which was of course delayed and reduced to 40 overs per side. Queensland are 3 for 47 after 14 overs.
Star in.
But the Bush Bradman, Brian May, is out there, I believe. 23 not out. While he's at the crease, Queensland are always a big show. That's the first over completed there. Over here, rather, on Ferry Yard West.
And the sound start by the Queensland team, just conceding 2 runs off the first over. And who have we got coming in now for Queensland? Number 66. If this is correct. 66, is it?
Gee whiz, Paul, you got some good eyesight. I don't know how you see someone's number on the back of their shirt when they're... Oh, he's just pointed out to me there is a camera on it. Thank you, Paul. Well spotted. Thought you were seeing through the man's torso to see his number on the back of his shirt.
Christopher White, the 41-year-old from the Everton Cricket Club, making his debut in the championships. Right arm medium fast by the looks of it. And left alone by Rahul Carrera.
Looked a bit sharper than medium fast then. That came out quite
Yeah,
well, that first one.
I was judging from his run-up, but as soon as he bowled it, I thought that's a bit faster than that.
So Victoria needing 159 for victory. Run rate will not be a problem. It'll be wickets that'll be so crucial for Queensland, and partnerships for Victoria.
Well up that first delivery, just played away on the offside. Nice and full to start on Christopher White.
Hoping at some point during this innings we'll get some of the Victorian players into the commentary box for a bit of a chat and a bit of a chin wag over their week here in Perth. And an outstanding week of cricket put on here by Veterans Cricket Australia and the organising committee with Kingy and Simon Martin and Timmy Bott and a whole host of others who have contributed. Samit Wog.
Yeah, a lot of logistics to organise there, Richie. Months and months of brainstorming.
There's been a few hiccups, but nothing too drastic and nothing that's the fault of anyone. Just those things that happen in life, as we know. It's imperfect. But it's been an outstanding effort by the tournament organisers and the state associations to contribute to this excellent week of cricket for Veterans Cricket Australia. We're proudly broadcasting through FRS front row screens. Thanks to them and their support and partnership with this competition.
White into Carrera, well up, just played forward, gently out on the offside, and that is over. Apparently, and indeed it is, it's a maiden. Was it a maiden? It was indeed.
I think so, it's still none for two.
Done for 2.
007.
To continue.
Nistala, Santosh Nistala. From Logan Home.
Bowls played away beautifully through point and extra cover for 4 runs down the boundary.
Yeah, terrific shot there by Peter Dunlop. Beautiful shot. Just a touch wide, and Dunlop pouncing on that, putting it through extra cover. Again, he drives. This time he takes a single.
Quick single shot at the
And
stumps.
it's very good running. Very good running by the big man. Probably thought that fielder was a touch deep there and saw the opportunity to take that run. So we saw this early with Queensland as well, Paul, that the run scoring early seemed to be a little bit easier, and it was when the ball softened and the pace was taken off that it became a touch harder.
Certainly, so it'll be very interesting to see how they go early on here. There's a wide down the leg side. An attempt to flick away, but to no avail. So Starlers first over conceded just the 5. He's in again, right arm over the wicket. Well up forward. Just Kahira. No run. It's become slightly warmer than the Queensland innings. I think it's probably warmed up 2 to 3 degrees since early on. I'll try and get you the temperature, the current temperature in Perth.
Just had Sumit War, one of the tournament organisers, just stroll past me to mention that WA's Woolwich captain Wayne Ritzma is on 98 not out over at Rosalie Park. So hopefully he can make it all the way to triple figures.
So in Perth, the temperature is currently 29.8 degrees. It's increased steadily from the start of play when it was around 23.7. So definitely warmed up today, as you would expect. Well up forward is Kahira. The breeze has dropped right away at the moment, so it will be slightly unpleasant out there and humid for the Queensland fielders and indeed the batsmen. Let through go to the keeper, end of over 2, and Victoria, and none for 9. Off 3 overs. To continue. Bowling is indeed Christopher White on the Burke Street end. Bowls, quickish delivery, played out through wide mid-wicket for 1.
Chris White in his games this week, none for 32 off 7 overs against South Australia, none for 27 off 4 against WA Mali, and 1 for 21 off 7 against Tasmania. So he'll be looking for some return today, and he's going to need it to help his team defend this moderate total of 159. Victoria in the box seat after bowling superbly, in particular their 2 off spinners, Tripathi and Ganel.
Almost through him, very full length ball, just jammed the bat down and kept it out. Rahul Kahira on strike.
Yeah, right in the block hole there, magnificent bowling. attacking the stumps, given that there was a number of bowls and LBWs in the Queensland innings. I think that'll be the tactic by their bowlers now to try and defend this total. He's short though, and he's pulled away. Beautiful shot by Roll. He puts that behind square for 4. Magnificent shot. And that illustrates it perfectly. Anything short on this wicket potentially can go.
Yes, they tend to sit up nicely, don't they, Richie? Sit up very nicely if they're short.
G'day to everyone at Everton Cricket Club. We'll be cheering on their boys, Chris and David Colley, or Chris White and David Colley.
Another foolish delivery, just whipped out onto the leg side. One to Kahira.
One wicket down here. 1 for 10, boys. Come on. Here we are, boys.
White in again over the wicket. Bowls to the left-handed Peter Dunlop. This forward nicely, plays it back down the pitch. And the end of another over. As another wicket falls in Division 1 match, Queensland have lost another wicket.
Just getting the scores from elsewhere. I'm just checking out the WA game first, my apologies, but it looks like it is 9 for 198 after 44 overs, and Wayne Ritzman, the skipper, is still 98 not out, so he'll be a little nervous with the number 11 coming out, Sharad Dunawade, to see if he can get over the line there for his 100. WA Carrick was all out for 208 in 43.2 overs against the ACT, so a good comeback for them because they were 6 for 90 odd at one point, up from memory. But in the big game, of course, actually, that's why we probably heard the big shout from the South Australians on Very Hard East, because they've gotten the Bush Bradman Brian May out for 27, so that's a huge wicket for South Australia, and Queensland Division 1 have fallen to 4 for 54 in that 40 over game on the eastern ground. Back here, James Bond, Santosh Nisdala continues on.
Bit of a stutter in his run-up. Turns to move back to the top of his mark. Left alone by the batsman.
Just looking at some of those houses there over on Albert Street, Paul. Gee, that would be beautiful Saturday afternoon viewing, wouldn't it? Sitting on the balcony and watch some cricket. It's like a box seat at the Wacker or something, that.
It'd be lovely. Your chilled tinnies are just there.
Absolutely.
In the fridge.
What a lovely cricket ground, lovely part of the world, of course. Suburban inner city Perth.
So just looking at some teams information, we have Ryan Armstrong from Queensland, a former Australian player. In fact, earlier this year played in the World Cup in Cape Town. So just looking through to see if there's any other players from Queensland.
Sensational. Flicked off his toe there to mid-wicket, no run. And just to confirm, Wayne Ritzmer from WA, the captain of the WA Woolwich side, has made a 100. Magnificent effort.
Attempted pull away to the leg side, struck on the body.
My apologies to our interstate listeners. We are a little bit biased, of course, following our local teams here. Checking in on the lads, some of which are club teammates.
Yes, WA having 4 teams in the competition. It's good to see. We have the WA sides of Chitty Chitty, which is local Aboriginal dialect, meaning willy wagtail. Walit, Walich, I should say, that's the correct pronunciation. It's the eagle in the Noongar language. Marley are playing. Marley is Noongar for Black Swan. Just pausing as White comes in. Good single there. Backward of point, pushed, just nicely pushed out by Dunlop. And Karak, which is the red-tailed black cockatoo, the endangered species here in WA. Females, interestingly, have are black with yellow spots and stripes on their chest as compared to the heads and wings, and compared to the males, which have all black and red tails.
Sensational. You're with Rich Harries and Paul Britannica Guthrie on radio and YouTube, etc.
And we hope we're doing justice to the prestigious Division 2 final here between Queensland and Victoria. Queensland Drought Masters and Victoria, Drought Masters, I did say that. Victoria White.
It's been a solid start from the opening batsman here. Playing each ball on its merits, not taking any risks unnecessarily. A couple of quick singles that have been tight, but they've been comfortably home.
Left alone by the batsman. Shout out to my wife, my lovely wife, who is listening as we speak. She just sent me a message.
How are you, Mrs. Guthrie? Hope you're well.
Big cricket fan is Lee.
Oh, that's not a bad wife to get, Paul, with a cricket fan wife. Certainly. I'll give you an example of how much my wife loves cricket, Paul, if you don't mind me sharing this with you.
No.
I once took her to an Ashes Test match at the Wacker, and she brought a novel along.
At least it wasn't sewing.
And there was people outside scalping or attempting to buy scalp tickets, and there my wife walks in with a book under her arm.
Read and then fell to sleep?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, that's a great shot by Raul Kera. He slaps that over square leg for 4. Pounced again on a short ball and put it away magnificently.
I must add, my wife has been a great supporter of my sporting pursuits over the time we've been together, supporting me as a player, coach and administrator. So thank you, Leander.
And that's what it's all about. We can't do these things without wives and support from others, and all these cricketers here have been fortunate enough to be released interstate, of course, by their better halves and their workplaces, their employers, etc., or if perhaps they've even had to sacrifice their small business for a week. So outstanding effort by everyone concerned, and thank you to all the families who make this possible as well, for the men in their lives to pursue their representative dreams.
And the Starler to continue. From the Angove Street end.
What's the street? What's the street, Paul? You keep telling me a different name each time.
This is Burke?
Yes.
This is Angove.
Angove. My
Is that what I said before?
I think I called it Albert Street. My apologies.
And it's my apologies because it is Albert Street. Where Angove Street is further over.
You're quite right. Angove's not far from here.
Yeah, sorry, that's my mistake. Definitely Albert Street. Starler in. Cut away.
Cut away beautifully. Wow, what a shot. Lovely batting by Peter Weary Dunlop. Magnificent.
I like that. Very nicely played there by Dunlop.
He Moves to 12. Roll 10. Into the 7th over. It's none for 24. Full ball and well fielded by, was knocked down by the short cover fieldsman, but he can't prevent the single. Deflected away, and it's well run by Dunlop and Kira. Looks like there's another wicket fallen over on Verriard East. So the Queenslanders struggling with their batting today in both finals, it looks like. We'll just check the score there in a moment.
Staler in, left alone. Through the keeper.
Yeah, over on the Division 1 final, Queensland have fallen to 5 for 56. They'll be bitterly disappointed, but there are some reports that the pitch over on Verriard East has been very, very difficult to play with a bit of moisture under the surface.
Left alone again by Kahera. Very patient start, Rich, by Victoria.
Yeah, impressive start, chasing this total of 159 for victory, but this is exactly what they would have wanted from their opening pairing. Oh, he's gone big and he's nicked it over the slip. And it's picked up. Oh,
almost.
Yeah, fumbled by the third man, but he does cut off the 4. A wild swipe there from Roll.
Did they take 3 or just, it couldn't have been 1?
I think
it must have been 3.
No, I don't think, surely not. That went pretty quickly. I think it's just the 1.
Just the 1?
Yeah. Santosh Nistala again. And defended by Peter Dunlop. Another over gone. It's none for 26. After 7 overs, so very solid here from the Victorians. And they will be looking to put this game away comfortably somewhere in the late 30ths of the overs, I would imagine, but long way to go. Queensland might be. Yeah, it looks like the keeper, David Colley, has put the helmet on. So I think we do have a change in bowler, or at least
Amit Basin, I believe, is coming on.
Yeah.
From age 47, as we mentioned earlier, from the Broadbeach Rabina Cricket Club.
I love our notes here, Paul. Some of the Victorians reveal that we've got left arm medium, right arm off spin, etc.
Yes.
I'm looking at the Queensland list. It just says right arm bowler.
Yeah. I was just looking at myself thinking, okay, is there a trick here? Am I missing something?
So this will be the true test when we saw the damage the Victorian spinners did to the Queensland middle and lower order in particular. And Queensland now turning to spin to try and drag themselves back into this contest. So Basin comes in. It's a little bit short down leg side, but he'll pick up a wide there. Well, interesting to see how much turn he gets. It looked to be quite flat and fast, that ball then. Just
Love those boots the bowler's got on there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
Bright blue.
wow, it's nice to get outside the line there. And if he employs the tactics of Ganell and Tripathi, he will be targeting those stumps as often as possible, Amit Basin.
Forward, played out to cover.
There it is,
With no force. Play back down the pitch. No run again. He can jump in. So we have a Victorian guest player coming in to do some commentary. And oops, a bit of a tangle there. And if I'm correct, Justin Nelson from Victoria. So I'll hand you over just a moment, please.
Welcome to Justin Nelson from Flemington Cricket Club. Welcome, Justin. Thanks for joining us in the commentary box.
Thanks for having me, Rich. Great to be here, mate.
Absolute pleasure to have all of you Victorians here in Perth for this great week of Veterans Cricket. How have you enjoyed it so far, mate?
We are having a great time, and thank God you guys are only filming the cricket and not what's happening off the field.
So it's been a good week for you all. What about on-field today? You guys did incredibly well to restrict Queensland to this total. What are your thoughts from your point of view?
We were extremely happy with it. I think after the start they got, we were thinking that they could post 200 plus, and to peg it back to what we did was fantastic. So just hope now the boys can get stuck in, bat for the 45. And
your spinners, Tripathi and Ganell, were absolutely superb, and you yourself, with your left-arm orthodox, looked pretty decent there, mate, as well.
Well, I think I copped a bit of stick today, and the other boys bowled well. So, but yeah, we did bowl pretty tight, which was good.
Tell us about the Flemington Cricket Club. Are you near the racecourse there, are you?
We are near the racecourse, so it's a nightmare when the races are on. We're about 10 players short.
Find it hard to get a car spot as well in the ground?
Yeah, it does get busy. Yeah, and a lot of blokes late to the game. Traffic's horrendous. But yeah, great little cricket club. Excellent. In the city of Melbourne.
Now, what grade are you playing?
So I'm still playing in the first grade.
Sensational.
Yeah, but it's probably not as high a standard as what a lot of these guys are playing at the moment. But it's a good little turf cricket competition.
Brilliant. And what's your form like at club level? It must be pretty good to be representing your state, obviously.
Look, it's okay. I'm a battler, Rich.
All of us over 40s are, mate.
I've scratched around for a few runs and I've taken a couple of wickets, but as you've probably noticed today, I don't spin it much.
I thought you bowled pretty well, mate. And obviously there was some pretty good batting by Benji Lee up front for Queensland, who went on to make 59.
Absolutely. That's the great thing about playing at this level, is you expose yourself to some really good cricketers, and it was great for me to play against someone of that standard.
Just for those of you watching, we've got Vice-Captain of Queensland, Wayne Phillips, who just came on from that northern end. So change of pace here by the Queenslanders, taking off the medium fast and turning to spin.
I think that's the key here today, is to bowl the slower bowlers, spin to win, as they say, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And he darts that one in that time. And Justin, tell me about home. Who's watching? Who would be watching you play today or all this week?
I honestly don't know. I'm not great with technology, so
haven't spread the link around.
Yeah, I haven't spread the link. Yeah, Facebook, Instagram, all that sort of stuff's not my thing, so I don't know that anyone would know that I'm playing. But
what is your thing, Justin? Tell us what you...
Well, I do stand-up comedy's my thing.
Fantastic. You got a bit for us you could do for us while we're on air?
Well, I'm a cricketer this week.
That's clean, that is. Yeah.
I think my bowling is funny enough.
That's a nice shot there by Rahul, who picks up 4 past mid-on.
And as I was saying, stand-up comedy's my thing. Excellent. So we've had a couple of shows this week, and I actually told my wife that I was over here doing shows. So I kept the cricket on the lowdown, and she has no idea that I've been enjoying myself.
That's brilliant. How often do you travel for your shows?
We travel. We do about 150 shows a year. So not just me, my brother as well. And amazing. We go everywhere. We generally get overseas once a year.
Now, is your brother, you're a twin, is that
Identical
correct?
Twin, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Is it easy to pick you apart, or are you both growing out the beard like you have here?
We are as identical as you can get, although I'm a little bit greyer just at the front of my beard.
Sensational. And what's your show called?
We are the Nelson Twins.
The Nelson, you're known as the Nelson Twins. There we go. And sorry, did you say there have been some official shows in Perth this week?
Yes, yeah.
So you've lined that up beautifully.
Yeah, we did a show last night at the Marmion Angling and Aquatic Club.
Oh,
and
sensational.
We're
And
at
how did
the-
it go down?
Yeah, it was good. It was really
Did-
good.
Did the team come along and watch as well?
No, they didn't. Unfortunately, they'd sold the show out, so we didn't have any more tickets
Right.
left to give to the boys. But I think it was probably a good thing because, yeah, they'd had a few beers and they could have been a bit wild, but it was a great show.
Excellent.
No one
excellent
threw
stuff.
tomatoes at us, so can't complain.
This
What about you, Rich? Are you a cricketer?
I am a cricketer, mate. Just a low-grade, average synthetic pitch cricketer. Normally, actually,
Yep.
tomorrow I've got a turf game. I'm lucky enough to be playing up against Bedford Morley, and we've got a turf wicket game. So I'll remember to pack my spikes tomorrow. But
Beautiful.
I do love my cricket, as all of us do, I suppose. But yeah, well, after a 20-year absence while I had kids and so on, I've returned to cricket, and in the last 3 or 4 years I've managed to pick up a couple of premierships, which has been great fun.
Nice.
So yeah, we have a lot of fun, a lot of terrific teams to play against, and great mates to play with, and that's what it's all about ultimately. Yeah.
It is indeed, and we might see you out here in the State Carnival at some point.
Look, I actually qualify for the over 50s now, Justin. So yeah, I might be in a different grade of era rather to you, but no, certainly I've got a couple of club mates actually playing for the WA sides this week, which we're very proud of. Tim Bott, who's playing for WA Woolwich, and Michael Robertson, who's actually my team keeper, who won't be playing tomorrow because he's played 4 games this week, of course, but he's played for WA Carrack, and both the boys have done themselves credit and club credit, which is the Fremantle Mosman Park Pirates from North Fremantle. And if you ever get a chance to play at that ground, Gil Fraser Reserve in North Fremantle, it is one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in Australia for sure. So we're very lucky.
Oh, nice. We'll have to get down there for a gig. Rich.
Yeah. Oh, we would love that, mate. That'd be amazing. Yeah. Victoria, none for 34 here, mate. You guys are going very well, the boys at the top here.
Yeah, very good start. We've just got to keep it going, and we spoke about it before our innings. It's just about batting the 45. That's the key.
Absolutely. And look, if you bat that long, you'll be making it well under the 45. When do you normally come in, mate?
Mate, I am the designated non-batter all week, which gives you an idea of my cricketing ability.
Oh, is that
I'm
right?
the only
That's
person.
a bit unfair. You didn't beg for a hit today.
I'm the only player at this carnival that didn't bring their kit bag with them.
Just pack the blues and that'll do.
Oh,
yeah?
I've just got a backpack. That's
excellent,
it.
excellent, mate. That is fantastic. I love it. That's a nice shot by Roll down to long on. And your accommodation,
Absolutely brilliant.
good,
Yeah,
yeah.
you guys have been great hosts here in
Yeah.
WA, so really appreciate it. And no complaints at all. Yeah, I think this tournament is just going to get bigger and better every year. We're only, 3 years in, so it's just going to be brilliant as the years go by.
You mentioned during the lunch break when we were off air, you've been to Perth a few times. That's all for work, for gigs, to do your show with your brother, yeah?
Yes, yeah, we've flown over here a few times, but as I was saying, we never get a chance to stay in Perth and have a good look around, and you've got some amazing beaches. And so for me, this time around has been a great opportunity to have a look at Perth, the city.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky here in Perth, as we all are in Australia. No, we're pretty bloody lucky
Yeah.
everywhere you go.
Yeah, I could certainly do with living here in the Melbourne winter.
Yes, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, we're very lucky with our weather generally. Very mild or hot. Either way. And that completes another over. Victoria chasing 159 for victory and none for 37. Peter Dunlop is 14 not out. Raul Carey is 19 not out. It's 10 gone. So well on track to usurp this total. And you mentioned your wife.
Yes.
What does she do, mate?
She is
apart from thinking that you're doing stand-up gigs at the moment and not playing cricket.
Oh God, I hope this footy just doesn't show up anywhere. She's going to want to know what I'm doing. But
what's her name? Sorry,
Jodie's her name.
Hello, Jodie.
G'day,
If you do
Jo.
manage to get the YouTube link, hopefully you get to see it.
So, yeah, she's a primary school teacher and she's busily writing reports at the moment.
Yeah,
so
okay.
she's extremely busy and could probably be doing with my help at home. But she really is a supportive partner. And
Lovely. And you got some kids, Justin?
I do. Got a boy and a girl.
Beautiful.
The boy's 9, loves his cricket.
Sensational.
And my girl is 11 and is more interested in horse riding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Lovely. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope you can turn her into a Maurice Payne one day or something and get her running in the big cup.
Well, it'll be cheaper than the horse riding lessons on a Sunday.
That's right, yeah. the vice-captain from Queensland, Wayne Phillips, continuing here. The big man goes down to his left to knock that one down. And where else do you take your shows? Do you take them to the country areas? Do you take them to Broome, etc.?
Everywhere, yep. We've been to Broome. We do all the states. Good shot there.
A good shot on the leg stump, and he's put that down to find leg, and it looks like that'll roll all the way for 4 to roll. Oh, actually, no, sorry, my correction. That's 5 wides. It's been signalled. My apologies. Sorry, mate. Go ahead. Yeah, tell us about some of the other locations.
So all over Australia, and a couple of months ago we were in Papua New Guinea. So
wow,
we just go everywhere. We generally get overseas once a year, whether it's the States or the UK, and sometimes you just get some amazing opportunities. Went to Iraq once to entertain the troops. Yep.
How about that?
Flew into Baghdad.
Extraordinary. Yeah, tell us what that was like. How long ago was that?
Well, that was 2018.
Yeah.
It was a bit scary.
I bet.
It was a bit scary.
Yeah.
We flew in on the Hercules from Dubai, and usually those sort of flights are at night so that they can avoid any missile attacks. They flew us in the middle of the day.
Did Joe know about that trip, or was that another one you fibbed about and said, I'm just going to London, love?
No, she was well aware.
Yeah, wow.
No, it's been a great 18 years. We've seen a lot.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah. What a fantastic life, yeah. So you're saying you do about 150 shows a year?
Yes.
That's intense.
Well, it's only 3 a week when you think about it.
Yeah, fair enough. And you love it. You clearly love it.
Yeah, and the half an hour that I'm up on stage 3 nights a week is not too taxing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you probably work an 8-hour day, do you, in your day job?
I would normally would. I'm a bit lucky at the moment, mate. I'm semi-retired, so that's why I've got the opportunity to do this sort of stuff and have some fun in other circumstances, so it's all good, So, none for 42, Victoria off 11 overs.
Sorry, Rich, we've got sidetracked from the cricket here, mate.
No, it's all good. I think everyone... probably got a bit sick of myself and Paul dribbling about the actual game, but it's great to have all of you players, and everyone has been magnificent making their time available in the commentary box from both Queensland and Victoria today, like Justin here, as well as many of the other players from the ACT, New South Wales and the WA sides that I was fortunate enough to commentate on earlier in the week. It's been actually a really, really enjoyable week. It's been great fun. So Amit Basin to Peter Dunlop. He's running.
No. Is that a calf?
He's throwing his head back. It's Raoul who's struggling now. Is it? No, Raoul's okay. He's just adjusting his helmet. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by some of these old blokes going for quick singles. Didn't expect to see much of that. Thought there might be a few easy ones to the outfield, but...
Rahul's a very focused batsman. So he does a lot of shadow batting. He's been shadow batting on his balcony at the hotel this week.
I think your manager, Joe Dantini, was telling me that earlier, because he said I should get, and I think he's hit that away for 4. Beautiful shot, actually, Burrell. But he was saying he practices while watching other players bat. He shadows in the change rooms.
He's a very dedicated man.
Good stuff, yeah.
And a great story too, because he came into the squad late. He just trained with the Victorian squad, and someone pulled out only probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he got his opportunity and he's taken it. And he's a great lad too.
Isn't it fantastic? Yeah.
Really fitted into the group.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, like we said, you've got your own family support, as you've mentioned, but you need employers and others to help you out and give you that time and space to do the stuff you love. My wife couldn't believe it when I told her I'm commentating 3 games of cricket this week. She went, "Oh, is that right? Okay, fair enough."
Well, you must have a supportive wife too.
I do, mate. I love my wife, and I'm very lucky, and we've had a blessed life. And we enjoy a lot of travel and so on, and at the moment it's enjoying our home summer, which we like to do a lot of. Don't need to go very far when you're in Perth, and you've got the beaches. Absolutely, yeah. Let's check what's going on here. We'll go to the Division 1 final over on Ferryard East pitch just to check what's the update there. That game, of course, was reduced to 40 overs after some dampness in the pitch had to be addressed. Queensland again 5 for 76 in that Division 1 final. So, that may have been an edge there through slip here on the Victoria-Queensland game. But after 25 overs, Queensland 5 for 76 in the Division 1 final against South Australia. And Justin, have you always been in Flemington, or have you
No, I haven't.
narrowed in there in recent times, or yeah?
I'm back at Flemington for a second stint. So I played there when I first moved to Melbourne.
Yeah, okay.
And then we moved out of town to a place called Sunbury, which is sort of probably 40, 45 minutes from the city.
Yep.
And my kids were young, and so I played out there at the local club. And then 3 years ago, the opportunity came back to reconnect with some mates, and it's all one-day cricket as well. So I went back to Flemington, and I've been coaching there for the last couple of years.
Oh, brilliant. Excellent.
Yeah, so it's been really good.
So coaching an underage
No,
group,
coaching
or
the
coaching the
senior club, yeah.
Oh, sensational.
And we were lucky enough to win the flag last year and got
Unreal.
promoted back up to the top level.
Yep.
And it's been a bit of a battle this year, but we're hanging in there.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're going to have good and bad years and good bad innings, as we know, but and another single there. Dunlop looks pretty fit at the top here, Peter.
Yeah. Very, very fit.
Doesn't look weary at all. Certainly getting roll to run through. Now, forgive me, I don't know about you and your brother's shows. What sort of content is it? What do you guys like to target?
We're identical twins, so there's a lot of twin jokes.
Yep.
We don't really have a target audience as such, I guess. It's just we do pretty lowbrow, working class.
Let me ask you
humour.
this: the humour you do, does your mum approve of it?
Well, she does. Yeah, Mum loves it.
Good.
I think that's probably where we get our sense of humour from.
Oh, excellent! That's great to hear.
But we're just all about having a laugh and not taking life too seriously.
Yeah.
That's our motto.
Well, good move indeed. Because it is precious, and you've got to enjoy it while we can.
Indeed.
No wide there. Interesting call by the umpire. Wow, he must have thought there was a pad on that or something. They've had a few rough calls today, actually. I think there might have been 1 or 2 LBs that you guys got. They were a little bit lucky.
Yes, yeah, that's cricket, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You take the good with the bad.
Absolutely. But you probably earned it as well. Your bowlers bowled extremely well and kept it tight, and eventually, luck turns your way.
Yeah, I think the more you bowl at the stumps, the more luck that you have.
Definitely.
And we were just talking before, I think we only bowled 1 wide. So we were on. I'm starting to cop a bit of stick from the boys over here.
Why is that?
I think they want to come and get on the mic.
Oh, someone else wants a turn. No, line up, boys. Line up. Anyone's welcome.
There's
We'd
some
love to have
characters
this.
in that lot, I can tell you.
I've been told there's been a few. Yeah, Joe was mentioning there's a few of them dying to get on. I can see who's the bloke on the ground there smiling at me. Who's that?
Yeah.
Who's that there?
Reedy.
Yeah, Reedy. I've heard Reedy might be keen.
Yeah, played day 1, then sat in the pool until this morning.
Is that right? So he's had a good week?
Yeah.
And I noticed there was some chocolate brownie being handed out earlier.
Yes.
Who made that? Who was looking
after
after
that was
there?
Inga. Inga's taken a photo of us right
Inga,
now, and she's
excellent.
responsible for the brownies.
And how does Inga fit in? She's travelling with the team, obviously.
Yeah, Inga is Scotty Cogan's wife, who is next into bat.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. Hopefully he's fueled up on that delicious-looking brownie. None for 54, going very well here, your boys. Very, very well indeed, the opening partnership. It was just 2 wides, by the way, mate.
2 wides, that was 1 off.
Yeah, so, that's a very disciplined effort by your bowlers, of course. Dunlop 20, roll 25 not out. None for 54. Very solid stuff from the Victorians. And they will be looking to close out this Division 2 final to take the Veterans Championship. And you've had, 3 very impressive wins this week, obviously leading into this game.
Yeah. No, we've gelled really well as a unit. But certainly today's opposition has been a step above the other teams that we've played this week. You can see why these guys are in the final.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there was some high quality batting earlier by the Queenslanders, and then your spinners just ripped through their middle order. And that double wicket over by Steve Gunnell, who I'm hoping to get on here as well. I've heard he's a bit of a character.
Oh, he's a ripper.
And that is a lovely shot by Raoul again. I can see there's no shadows here at the moment. It's all sunlight for Raoul. So Kehra batting beautifully.
I could probably make a move over there and get him for you, Rich, if you like.
That'd be awesome, Justin. Look, it's an absolute honour to have you on board, mate, and thank you for visiting our great state. And
No,
you're
absolute
welcome
pleasure.
anytime.
Thanks for
And
having
one
me.
day I'm going to look up your show and make sure I
please
get there.
do.
But fantastic to have you. Thank you, mate.
Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome back. I've just jumped in now after that very informative and joyful chat to Justin Nelson from Victoria. Now we have Samit. Welcome, one of the organising, or the chairman, sorry.
I'm the chair for the 40s age group for WA Veterans Cricket.
Yep. We were just having a bit of a chat off air about all things cricket, and it's a pleasure to have you on air, Samit.
Yeah. Thank you. This is my first time. I'm a bit nervous here.
You'll settle in after a few minutes, mate. We were just talking off here about the organising required for a tournament of this size. Are you happy with how it's progressed so far?
So far, really happy with the way it's gone. A lot of people have put in a lot of time and effort for the last 10, 11 months trying to make this happen. And when you see happy faces enjoying cricket, that's the best thing you could ever see, or want.
Isn't it? Most indeed. We're fortunate today to have reasonable conditions, other than the forecast 35, 36 it was going to be today, although it is warming a bit now, isn't it?
But humid and warm, isn't it? Suiting Queensland weather.
Yes.
I suppose Queensland players.
It would do. And this tends to be my experience over the years of. I played here many years ago, but in spectating, it tends to be humid ground. This particular playing area, tends to be a lot of humidity around.
No, absolutely. But look, we've got all the games underway, which is fabulous. Everyone enjoying, having a good time, and wanting more of veterans cricket, which is fantastic. This sport for life, and you play 40s, you start in the 40s, you're a baby in there, and then all of a sudden you play 50s, 60s, and hopefully 70s. Yeah. So
if I stand corrected, there's an over 60s tournament starting shortly sometime,
I believe so. I'm not across the dates, to be very honest, being so busy organising this tournament. But that was a sharp throw there. But I am sure there is something on in Brisbane, I believe.
Yes.
I may be completely wrong.
No, I've read a lot about the veterans cricket over the last few days, and there's a lot there to absorb about what's going on in the veterans cricket world.
I think our president for WA Veterans Cricket always says it's the most hidden secret of all. Well, the secret of all. So
yes.
It is phenomenal to see guys being able to enjoy their passion at this age. And then most importantly, this presents an opportunity to fulfill your unfulfilled dream of playing for Australia. So this is a fabulous way to get your career going. Once you get that baggy green, no one's going to take it off you,
Wouldn't it be wonderful to have in your CV, your cricket CV?
Absolutely, yeah.
Represented Australia.
And we were very blessed in the first year. We had Tim Bott from WA represent Australia. He went to Karachi for the tournament, and then later on the next year we had Grant Milbank from WA.
Oh,
so
wow.
one each from 2 years,
Excellent work.
Yeah, really good.
Excellent. Just a quick update on the score. It's Drinks. Drinks has been taken. Victoria, none for Victoria White, none for 64, chasing Queensland's 158 Division 2 National Championships here at Perth, Western Australia. playing at Charles Verriard Reserve in North Perth. We have Samit here, the chairman of the organising committee, just talking about general logistics and a lot of things around veterans cricket. Have you had much opportunity to get to many games, Samit?
This is my first time, to be very honest. I've been busy organising and playing as well. So
Oh, and playing. Where were you playing?
I was playing Division 2 for our third 11, which is WA Mali team.
Mali, yes.
Yes, and we won one game. I don't know what the status of the last game is at the moment. I had to rush to various grounds just to catch up with people, organise a few things for tonight's function. But look, I'm blessed. Lots of gratitude that I'm able to play cricket, and at the same time, when you can have a lot of support within your team members who are able to organize a lot of things and take that pressure off you. I'm truly blessed.
Yes.
With that team.
Tonight's event, a big one. It's at the Wacker, is that correct?
No, it is at the Optus.
Optus, sorry. Yes, yes.
Optus in the Riverview Ballroom. Massive function.
Lovely.
Hoping more than 200 people, happy people coming along after a lot of cricket.
That would be lovely.
We've got a couple of good guests coming along as well. So, we've got Travis Burt and
former WA and Tasmanian player.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we have Tim McDonald, Perth Scorchers coach.
Yes, yes. Tim, I did meet Tim a little while back actually. That's excellent. And it'll be a big night, I'm sure, for a lot of players and everybody.
Absolutely. He's Tim's obviously a former cricketer playing for coaching Scorchers, but been very kind of him to agree to coming along.
Yeah.
And hopefully share his experiences along with Travis Burt, goods and the bads of his playing days. It'll be fabulous. Look, it's a good culmination or conclusion to an event where you have everyone gathered together, make new friends. You've obviously made friends over this last week, but then looking forward to catch up with them again for the following tournament.
Yeah, that'll be one of the most enjoyable parts of the event, of course, the post-playing camaraderie.
I just saw a brilliant direct hit run out in the Queensland South Australia game in Division 1.
Right.
There's a massive wicket there, I suppose.
Yes, I'll just give the listeners an update on that score, if I can. Just bear with me, please. It's Queensland Drought Masters. No, I'm not sure if this is accurate. 5 for 80, but I've got a feeling that might now be 6 for 80 with that run out.
Yes.
So that promises to be an exciting final over there, given the state of the wicket, I believe. A bit sticky, a bit tricky to bat on, they tell me.
Well, that makes it even more challenging for both teams, isn't it?
It does.
Prove a point, who's better than the other.
Yes.
And it's not over till both teams bat. So
yeah. Well, we saw Queensland get off to a flyer here, and you're looking at perhaps 220, 230, even more. But the Victorian bowlers bowled extremely well and managed to pull them back and keep them at 158. However, Victoria, excellent start here, none for 64, chasing that 158. Scoring at around 4 and a touch and over at the moment. So at the moment, I'd suggest Victoria are well on top. But anything could happen too.
Absolutely. 2
quick wickets and the complexion changes tremendously.
Game does change, doesn't it? It's a funny game, cricket.
Yeah.
It can be really brutal on you.
So what time's the event start tonight?
The event starts at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
People will assemble around 6:30. The bar opens. We'll have sit-down dinner, and there will be about 3.5 hours of drinks packaged for the guys, and hopefully they enjoy their drinks with the nights.
A lot of camaraderie
absolutely
being displayed there, I'm sure.
That's right. I've made huge number of friends over the last 3 years. I've been part of the veterans cricket since Gosford days, which was 2022 season. That was the first year when we
Oh,
went
wow.
up to Central Coast.
You were playing then?
I was playing then, so I captained one of the sides when we went to Queensland in Division 2. Oh, sorry, Central Coast. And then last year it was in Brisbane. I was really looking forward to it. Sadly, I had to miss that event due to family emergency. But it's so great to see those people come back in Perth, and I could recognize them. They could recognize me. Just had lots of lovely chats, asking about each other's families, and just good banter when we were facing each other as well. So yeah,
Very pleasant indeed.
absolutely.
Very,
And,
very pleasant.
I thought it has been played in true gentleman's spirit, all the games. Not had any complaint so far, which is even
No,
better.
I've certainly, given this is my only second day, but first day of play there was 2 games going on then. It was all played in very jovial circumstances.
But fierce competition though, don't get me
Oh,
wrong, it's
yes,
not,
yes.
everyone's fighting for those inches.
Everyone wants to win,
Yeah,
don't they?
Exactly. It's a funny age, 40. Still young, you know. You all have that white line fever.
Yes. Well, that's what I said before. I retired at 40, but I could have kept playing, but I.
As I said, you still got an opportunity there. You've got a 65s team in WA.
I'm not sure whether I could do it. I really don't after all these years. And I struggle to throw a pebble over the fence.
Look, I think one thing I must acknowledge, and I've always been saying this, for 200 people plus to come over to Perth, it couldn't have been possible without their families. Their families, the support from their families has been phenomenal. You know, just for people to come over, live, eat, breathe cricket, it's just phenomenal. You know, you don't think anything else but the game. Obviously have good chats or drinks in the evenings, but you're constantly thinking about the game which you love the most. So
Yes,
real thankful to God for this opportunity.
very much so. And families are wonderful to the players to allow them to venture outside their state for such a period of time to be away and play a sport which is no doubt their passion. So it's great to all the families out there. Well done to everybody.
Absolutely. Well, I suppose it's important for the boys to get back home and get those brownie points again for the next year.
Yes, most certainly. So we're evenly, well not evenly placed I should say, Victoria doing very well here at Charles Verriard. West none for 66, chasing Queensland's 158. We have Kahera not out 40 of 67 deliveries, and Peter Dunlop batting very patiently there on 17 of 33 deliveries. And then the 17th over's just been completed. So a little way to go. A couple of wickets can make a big difference here. Have you got an update on the other games for us, Sami?
Well,
Quickly
just
for listeners before we let you go to your commitments.
No problem. I've got WA Woolwich playing Victoria Blue at Rosalie Park. WA scored 202 for 9. Victoria chasing and are about none for 17 at this stage. Let me check how many overs have gone by. 4 overs, so a run rate of 4.2. With Stephen and Lee Booth batting for Victoria. The other game we have is WA Karak versus ACB 40s in Div 1 at Gil Fraser, a lovely reserve up near Fremantle. WA Karak has scored 208 and ACT are a bit of strife at the moment with 2 wickets down for 8 runs. With who's got the runs in WA Karak? Looks like Jatanpal Bhatia got a nice 43. Grant Milbank, as I said earlier, Grant represented Australia to South Africa too. He has got 44. So decent score of 208 at Gil Fraser for WA Karak. The other game, we have Queensland This is the final here, the 6 for 85 versus South Australia. And the other one was New South Wales Blues and Tassie Green playing at College Park. Tassie all down 170. New South Wales Blues are chasing in bit of strife again, 5 for 58. They're trailing by 112 runs.
That's an update from the final round of playoffs from 3rd through to 8th in the National Veterans Championships Division 1 and 2, being played at Perth, Western Australia.
Yeah, the grounds have been fabulous, wonderful weather as well. We're very thankful to our Premier Cricket clubs for giving us that opportunity. Thursdays and Fridays are very difficult to get wickets, but
Yes,
they've managed
in preparation for tomorrow's
That's
play.
correct, yeah. So really happy with this support. Can't thank them enough.
Yeah, it's great to see.
Absolutely.
I was down at Hillcrest, which I am an unbiased member there. My son was playing there, and those playing conditions are magnificent down there. Absolutely magnificent.
Absolutely. Look, just wonderful environment. I'm looking forward to next year.
Excellent. So, well, if you like, I'll let you venture to your commitments that you must head to.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much
Lovely
for
to
joining
meet
us,
you,
and well done, and all the best for tonight's event.
Thank you very much, and good luck to you boys as well. You have been fabulous, your entire team, FRS and Vision Live, with all the commentary. It's sensational, and even the cameraman.
Yeah, isn't it? The cameras, number of cameras is brilliant. So
brilliant, yeah.
we're very thankful for that.
Yeah, no, excellent.
Thank you
for
again,
having me.
and good luck, Sammy.
Cheers, thank you.
Bye bye. And Richie has taken his position back in the broadcast chair. It's great to have a chat to people who are connected to the game. The chairman of the organising committee, Samit, and we had Justin Nelson just on before that from the Victorian team.
And shortly we're hoping to get Steve Gunnell from the Victorian side to come and join us.
Oh, the gun spin bowler?
Yeah.
That will be wonderful.
So Dunlop and Kira doing very well here for Victoria, setting themselves up for a impressive victory here in the Division 2 final.
Sam Curtis just completing his over. And Sam's figures are 3 overs for 4, if that is the correct update here. And Victoria White, none for 70 in the Division 2 National 40s Championship Grand Final.
Fantastic opening stand here.
Yes, geez, you'd have to be very happy, Richie, with that thus far.
Well, I've loved the way they've balanced each other, Raoul and Peter. Peter's kept a lot of stuff on the ground, looking for a lot of quick singles, moving beautifully too after 4 games this week. Impressive effort. And Raoul, the one who's looking to pounce on anything that's loose and putting the ball away as often as possible.
I'd suggest Queensland have to strike bang, bang, perhaps even bang straight away now to put the match back on even keel. What have we got bowling now? Can't see his number at the present. Number 64, yep. 64, that's Gareth Morgan coming into the attack.
From Mudgeeraba Narang.
Yes.
G'day to everyone out there.
Mudgee. I'm sure it would just be Mudgee. I'm from Mudgee, mate. Nicely Played away. Just backward of point by Kahera.
Yeah, just in the slightly inland Matarava from surfers. Dunlop defending that first one.
And Morgan in again to Dunlop. Attempted big cover drive there, but just taking the bottom inside edge and lobbing immediately in front of him on the pitch.
So spin has definitely been the order of the day, but it's been much more successful for Victoria than it has been so far for the Queenslanders. Well, that's well bowled. Nice flight there. But Dunlop, very patient this innings and a very, very good one for his team.
Cut away nicely backward of point by Dunlop. They'll pick up at least 2. Come back for an easy 2.
So what can the Queenslanders do here, do you think, Paul, to try and get back into this game? It's looking quite easy for the Victorians at the moment. They have batted superbly. The Queenslanders haven't bowled badly.
No, I think they certainly haven't. I think perhaps the wickets flattened out a bit.
Yeah, a bit dry with these Easters.
Yeah. And this is just my own personal opinion, I love attacking cricket. I'd go on the attack if I was Queensland. They have to take wickets. Having men defensively back on the boundary, in my opinion, is not going to get them back into the game.
Well, you're quite right. There has been a couple of nicks through slip where there wasn't a fieldsman, so maybe you're right there, Paul. Maybe they need to take a few risks with some field placements and see if they can pick up a couple of quick wickets to put some pressure on the Victorian middle order.
The bowling certainly hasn't been bad. It's just been a good commitment by the Victorian openers.
Yeah, Raul Kehrer has been very impressive.
This field there, no, he sent back Kahera.
I think this is still
This is Sam, yep, the
Sam
captain.
Curtis, the captain, who bats left-handed from memory and bowls right-handed.
Correct.
The skipper trying to drag his side back into it.
Tall, very tall, right medium.
Yeah, a lot of these Queenslanders are big men in one way, shape or form.
They are.
I think it's that combination of a bit of sunshine and humidity go together, but strong builds.
And Curtis has bowled exceptionally well. He's into his 4th over, and he has none for 4 with 1 maiden there. So if anyone's giving them a hope of staying in the game by keeping the runs down, it certainly is him. But as we said earlier, the Queensland bowlers haven't bowled poorly. End of the over there. What's happening now?
Yeah, so I haven't forgotten that Steve Gannell will join us shortly. He's just running out a drink to his opener, or both openers actually. When he comes back, maybe we wave him down, Paul, and get him in the box here.
Most certainly.
So Victoria, none for 74, chasing 159 for victory. Dunlop 20, Raul Kehrer 45 not out. 21 overs gone.
And who's going to continue here? They haven't quite decided by the looks of it. No. We have
big discussion between the keeper and the skipper.
Gareth Morgan to continue. On the Burke Street end. From Majibra Narang Cricket Club. Right arm around the wicket. Oh, that was a big hit we just saw plonk almost on the Division 2 ground here from Division 1 grand final on the east wicket.
Yeah, huge hit.
That was a big hit. Where it bounced, bang. So Morgan to continue.
So I wonder if Dunlop's just going to try and carry his bat here through to the end of the winning total, or if he might become more expansive as the target gets closer.
Doesn't look in any hurry, does he?
No, he's playing a very classy innings, to be honest. It's very, very solid, experienced cricket from Peter Dunlop at the moment. And I'm very pleased to welcome to the commentary box Steve Gannell from the Upwey Cricket Club. Welcome, Steve.
Thanks for having me on. Thrilled to be here.
Pleasure to have you here, mate, and congratulations on your outstanding spell of bowling, mate. 9 overs, 2 for 27.
Yeah, it wasn't looking good early. They were coming at me, and all of us really. But no, sometimes you just got to stick fat and know that if you keep putting in the right areas, it'll eventually turn for you. And thankfully today it did. So yeah, thank you. No, it was very good and a really good even team performance across the board as well.
Absolutely. So. Benji Lee and Wayne Phillips for Queensland started beautifully, but the spin changed the game. Yourself and Vinay from this southern end on Burke Street managed to really target the pegs a lot and hit the pads and got some great results for yourselves.
Yeah, Vinay, he bowls a bag of riddles and you just don't know which way it's going. So he was always going to be a handful on this deck, as he has been throughout the whole week, and it's really been a strong suit of ours. We've got 3 or 4 pretty decent spinners and they've done the damage a lot of the time. So it's been a really good mix.
Oh, and he goes big now. Rails Kira goes, and is that all the way? It's definitely his 50. He's brought up his 50. I think it's a 1 bounce 4, so fantastic innings here from Raul Kira. He takes himself to 51 off just 82 deliveries, and you must be impressed with this opening partnership from the boys too.
They've been fantastic. The last 3 games I think they've got past 50, and the first one it was just a bit unlucky that Rahul had just smacked one down fine leg's throat and he could have done anything. So it's obviously really important to have some solidarity up the top, and these two have just done the job for us time and time again.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is your debut in the over 40s.
It is. I've just clicked over, so I had me 40th last December.
I was going to say you're looking a bit younger than some of the boys in the team there, mate.
I had someone say you look 37, and I'll take that because most people say I look about 45. So no, it's definitely first crack at it, and hopefully it's the start of many, because it's been an absolute blast and really good bunch of blokes to be playing cricket with a whole week of cricket. It's sort of like you're on a footy trip and you're having a few beers every night, and then you come and play a really decent game of cricket on some very nice facilities.
How has the body held up with 4 games of cricket in the space of 5 days?
Not too bad. I don't know. I've sort of in the last year done a bit of running, so I feel like that's actually set me up for this. But yeah, I think one more day might have been breaking point. So glad that it's over almost. Hopefully we get the chocolates here and make it all worthwhile. But no, the body's going okay. I'm not playing tomorrow like a lot of my other teammates here are. So
wow. They're flying home and playing again tomorrow.
They are flying. Some are flying out at midnight tonight. I think there's a couple that are on earlier flights than that, so they won't be able to join in tonight with the end of carnival celebrations or commiserations, whichever way it goes. But I'm glad that's them and not me.
Well, they clearly love their cricket to play another game of cricket in the week. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, you're from the Upwey Cricket Club. Tell us about Upwey. Where is
Upwey,
Upwey?
okay, so it's a sleepy little town up in the Dandenong Ranges. So we play in the Ferntree Gully Cricket District Association. And
so Peter would be a competitor of yours normally, is that right?
Pete is a competitor. I actually played against Pete from probably the age of 12 onwards. So he's been a bit of a rival, actually. We both used to be keepers through juniors, and he used to just hang crap on me about how crap my keeping was, and he was probably accurate. But he's a fantastic fella. We've got Timmy Reid as well, who plays in the comp. I think that's about it in this team.
Sensational.
Yeah.
Now, word is that you've got a nickname, Bobcat.
Yes, Bobcat.
So
yes.
Where did that come about?
Well,
Steve?
it's a highly embarrassing story. I was probably too old to be making WWE wrestling videos, probably around mid-teens, and couple of the boys at the cricket club got a hold of him, and that was my wrestling name, was Bobcat, and I used to wrestle against my brother, who was Triple G, very original, ripping off the old Triple H name. So at least Bobcat was original. I'll give myself that.
Outstanding stuff. Do you do any wrestling these days, Steve?
No. Grew out of that at the age of about 29. No, probably about one more year after those videos were made, and that was it. Realised that it was that watching a bunch of men wrestle around in jocks probably wasn't the most exciting thing to be doing. So yes.
Excellent. And Curtis still continue on for the Queensland Drought Masters, the skipper, who's looking to try and get his side back into this game, which is rapidly running away from Queensland here. Steve, tell me as well, who would be watching at home?
I've got a few people watching. I think we're getting some messages come through. So my housemate is off with COVID at the moment, so he's rugged up watching. I think a few of the boys from the cricket club as well. Having a bit of a look, so it's a nice novelty to have the games filmed and commentated even better. So really enjoying that side of it.
Well, good day to everyone at Upwey, and thank you for watching and listening. I hope we're not dribbling too much rubbish on here, but it's been fantastic cricket all week, and it's been an honour to be a part of it. Another over gone, it looks like. None for 84 was the maiden. After 23 overs, Victoria well in charge of this Division 2 final. Over there, I've noticed as well, Steve, that your Division 1 side has been really hamstrung as well by a lot of wickets falling quickly, and they are now 7 for 118 over there on the other ground. What are the chances? And that's a 40-over game now, Steve. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah.
Brian May, who's in that side, you must have played or ever played against Brian May?
Nah, so these guys, because that's Queensland, South Australia. So we haven't. I don't know any of these guys.
Oh, okay.
So, I was actually a bit worried earlier that I'm going to kick us off this oval and start the Division 1 game on our oval. So I was quite happy that we ended up kept playing. So.
But the batting this week from both your Queensland side has been exceptional. But from the Queensland side, not your Queensland side, the Queensland side has been exceptional. But both South Australia and your side, the Victorian side, have really put the pump on the Queenslanders here.
It's our one side this week has been really strong as well, and they probably just got themselves in a bit of trouble on day one that really cost them, being able to be out on that oval. So great to have both of us here, because you can see the vibe between the two Queensland teams supporting each other, and I think just speaking of the vibe, I think all week what's really been a highlight for me has been the atmosphere. We're all pretty much staying at the same resort, and just everyone, everyone is here for the same reason. We all love our cricket. We all want to win. We want to play serious cricket, but we also understand that it is a game, and just to be able to have some beers and loll around in the pool after each game. And I reckon they probably need to get some more chlorine for that pool, because 100 blokes rolling around in it, and then you've got your spa as well that's filled with 12 at a time.
And not many of them getting out to get their own beers. Beers have been brought to them, I think.
There's been a bit of that as well, yes.
I managed to catch a little bit of Steve Spogliarich, your Victorian squad member who was playing in the Division 1 side. A magnificent 100 yesterday from him. He must have been pretty stoked yesterday.
Yeah, he was. He's a fantastic guy as well, Spolly. He really has embraced the group, and hopefully this is the first of many carnivals he participates in, and he hopefully goes on to play some overage cricket for Australia as well. I think that's kind of in his thinking. So
sensational.
It's been awesome, and it's just good to get a bit of have a chat with him and get a bit of knowledge out of him, because there's probably not a better local cricketer in our mix, and just to hear how he thinks about the game is pretty special too.
Yeah, he looked outstanding yesterday. There has been a change in the bowling here at this end. We've got the left arm medium fast of Joel Mitchell from the Rebel Tourists up in Queensland. He's been brought on, hoping to to try and dislodge Raul Kera, who's 51 not out and batting just beautifully. And have you ever been to Perth before, Bobcat?
So I come here pretty regularly with work. I work for Woolworths and travel a fair bit in my role.
Yeah.
So I've been here quite often, but never really for anything more than that. So it's nice to actually have a bit of downtime, going out and seeing a few of the pubs at the night time.
What exactly do you do for Woolworths? What's
So
the role?
I'm a stock take manager,
Yep.
so it's as boring as it sounds. So we basically go around to all the stores with a team of between 20 and 40 people and just
Yep.
count their stock and tell them where they've lost all their money. So
okay.
normally, nothing too exciting, but
I'm surprised they haven't got you on the scorebook then, mate. That'd be suit you perfectly, wouldn't it?
Can't count past about 10, so I'm sure that's right.
Excellent stuff. So how often would you make the journey then?
Probably once a year. I spend a bit of time over here when the WA manager nicks off around Australia when he goes, and I'll come and look after the team. Great bunch of people over here.
Fantastic. So you spend a bit of time. It's not just a quick hit and run.
Nah. It's usually 4 weeks at a time, sometimes
right.
more, depending on what's going on.
So you know Perth pretty well then,
I
would
do.
imagine?
I feel like I do now. So, it's such a good city to get around as well. I could happily live here, I reckon. But Melbourne's obviously home. But
very lucky.
If I had to go somewhere else, I reckon I'd choose here.
Good stuff. And another wicket has fallen over on the other ground in the Division 1 final. I'll get you an update on that shortly. And here is, I forget her name, but she's the lady with the chocolate, Inga,
yes.
with the chocolate brownies.
Yes.
She's strolling past. Sorry, the Bobcat is just taking a phone call from the WWF, looking to get him back into the industry. His manager, Steve Martin, just cruising past here. Sorry, Simon. Simon just walking past me here. One of the tournament organisers. Very proud effort by him and the rest of the organisers to put on this sensational tournament. Give us an update, mate. What was that about?
So firstly, some of the ones boys I think are having a bit of a listen and they just want a bit of a pump up. So I'll start with my fellow Upway player. Actually, we've got a guy by the name of Jay Sticks Colley, who's playing in the first division side. He's had a bit of a stinker of a week, but I think he's was it maybe none for 48 off his 8 overs today or something like that. But he was telling me they keep making him bowl into the wind every day, and he's doing the hard yards because he's the fit little guy. So probably not all he's doing, but it's been a bit of a struggle.
So it looks like it's Ryan Armstrong who's been brought on at the northern end. Ryan has actually represented Australia at national level, I believe, as well in the Veterans World Cup. I may be mistaken about that. Victoria here, none for 88, doing magnificently on with their star-off spinner, Steve Gannell. Steve, if you do happen to watch this later on, I made a comment about your action earlier, which it reminded me a lot of a former Test player, Tim May. You may remember Tim May from South Australia.
I do just remember Tim May. Probably he was 10 years old when I first started watching cricket, and he had May and Warren bowling in tandem at times. So, I mean, I've been also called the wacky waving inflatable man out the front of the car dealership as well. So I'll take Tim May over that.
I thought you were much tidier than that wacky man out front of the dealership. But no, you bowled superbly, mate, and you deserved the rewards you had. And you might well have had a major part to play in a Victorian Division 2 championship here.
Yeah, he's hoping. I'll never get too far ahead of myself, though. Back home, we have a bit of a propensity to collapse. So, until we're within 10 runs, I don't reckon I'll be feeling too safe about the result. Maybe even then it might still be a bit nervous. But,
well, it certainly looked like that after that early onslaught from the Queenslanders, where they're about 2 for 80 odd.
Yeah.
Then once you picked up a wicket, the people coming to the crease found it very difficult against yourself and Vinay.
Yeah. I think that's been sort of our plan all week, and it's been a big focus to make sure anyone who comes in, we just make it as hard as possible for them, really clamp down. Because no one, it's always hard to start no matter who you are, and if you ask a few questions of them early, you never know what happens, and today that helped.
Yeah, they seem to get caught on the crease a fair bit against yourself, and they paid the penalty for it. If you do get a bat, if there happens to be a dramatic collapse, when are you likely to come in?
I think I'll be 11, so right down the bottom. I bat a little bit higher back home, but obviously in these carnivals you've got a lot of guys that do a lot of things. So 11 is where I'll come in, and well, let's be honest, let's hope that doesn't happen. So
that sounds like you're one ahead of Justin Nelson at least, who won't get a hasn't had a bat all week.
No, he's got a bit of a hand issue, so he's a better bat than me, Juzzy. So yeah, if he didn't have that hand issue, I'm sure he'd be having a bit of a hit.
He seemed to be quite content with doing his part with the ball and in the field, and didn't even bring his pads, he reckons.
No.
That's a nice shot, deflected down to fine leg, and Raul Kera gets another 2, who's put in a fantastic shift here at the crease. Victoria now none for 92 with Raul Kera on 57.
I think his average would be above 200 now, Rahul, as well.
Is that right?
Only out once for the week, and probably with 230 or so on the board for the week. So
well, he's clearly having a good summer, because he's averaging 61 with the bat with 616 runs.
The man can play, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And just an update for anyone who isn't aware of this. Looking at Raul Kera's stats, assuming they're correct on Play Cricket, he's played 358 matches. He's scored over 10,000 club runs at an average of nearly 35 with 10 hundreds and 68 50s. So you're dead right, Bobcat. He can play. And well-deserved spot in this Victorian side. He drives, and it's well stopped at mid-off there.
That's one thing that I have been really impressed with this week, the fielding of the Vets Carnival. There's been some fantastic fielders and athletes out there, and clearly blokes that are still looking after themselves to give themselves the best chance to be really excellent in the field. So I kind of thought Vets cricket coming into it, you might get a few more cheeky singles and a few misfields and stuff like that, but it's not the case.
Well, I think it was your captain Brent O'Connor who took a fantastic catch here at mid-wicket, wasn't it? It was very well struck.
He was coming off 2 drops in a row, the skipper.
Is that right?
And he did say yesterday when he dropped that second one, boys, I'm dropping one tomorrow. They come in threes, these things. So it was good for him to hold on to one, even if it almost did pop out, little ice cream going at the top of the hand.
It looked like a pretty damn good catch when he took it. So Joel Mitchell again, and it's clipped away. Gee, he plays that shot off the pads beautifully, doesn't he? And he's got 4 through mid. What magnificent timing again by Raul Kera. A quick flick of the wrists.
I think with Rahul, like the way he sets up with a very open stance.
Here we go, Bobcat. We've got some highlights from the innings. Thank you, directors. So this is Peter Weary Dunlop and his early start there. One of the things I've noticed this week, Bobcat, is some of the timing of the batsmen is just outstanding. Anything short, Raul's pounced on. There is again another pull shot over square leg for another 4. And how good is this? You guys will be able to go home and watch this again and relive the magic moments.
Yep, if we get these extra whatever it is we need, I'll absolutely be doing that at some stage.
Yeah, for sure.
If not, then I won't watch it one more time.
Maybe able to download it for the plane ride home or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah.
That one, that was the 5 wides, I believe, down leg side. But yeah, superb effort. Armstrong again now to Dunlop, and lets that one go outside off. And up at Upway, do you also have a footy club attached to the cricket?
We do. So,
and do you play both?
No, I don't play footy anymore. The hamstring went about 3 times in a season.
Damn.
Just after COVID. It was one of those unfortunate things where COVID came, put on about 20 kilos or whatever it was, and then the body didn't quite like that. So the hammy kept going. So I think I was 38 when I finished up. That's not a bad innings, is it? So just up there at a committee level now. So I'm president of the cricket club and vice president of the footy club. So I do spend a lot of my time there. I live about a minute around the corner from the ground.
Absolutely outstanding. And all these things, all these community clubs can't be formed and run properly without great people like yourself, Steve, who put their hand up and give their time to the community and to their mates, and it's fantastic. Tell me, and I don't want to be too boring here,
No,
but
that's
tell me about what it was like for you Victorians in COVID, because from over here, from a distance, it looked pretty bloody miserable.
It was. It did feel like, obviously, we got the real short end of the stick when it came to all the restrictions and lockdowns and stuff like that. So it seems a bit like a fever dream, to be honest. Like, just unbelievable that we went through what we went through. You guys were just sunning it up over here, not a worry in the world. And we were obviously doing it pretty tough. And losing sport for, they lost the whole footy season over there, half the footy season the next year. Thankfully, cricket wasn't too affected, other than obviously all the different changes that came in around it. But it was hard. It was really hard. But it feels like a long time ago, and at the same time, it feels like yesterday. So it's just a bit of a strange thing.
Another over gone here. Victoria, none for 96, cruising beautifully to this 159 target against the Queensland Drought Masters here at Charles Verriard, North Perth. I'm with off spinner Steve Gunnell from the Upwey Cricket Club, who bowled beautifully earlier to really turn this match on its head after a strong Queensland start. But he dragged his side back into the contest, and from there on in, Victoria have been well on top to take out this Division 2 Veterans Cricket Championship. It's Joel Mitchell to continue. Joel from the Rebel Tourist Cricket Club. Not quite sure where that is, the Rebel Tourist Cricket Club. It's a
sounds interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a suburb called Rebel in Queensland, but maybe there is. And so, is there any official functions on tonight after this game, or is it all just low key? Or?
Yeah, we're heading to Optus Stadium, I think, for festivities tonight. So that'll be awesome. We started at the Wacker for opening night on the Sunday, a bit of an opening dinner event.
Sensational. Did you manage to get to any of the Test match when you were here?
No, I didn't. No, I flew in, and a few of the boys did go on that Sunday, but I was just after whatever it was, a 5-hour flight, and we were sitting on the tarmac for an hour before we took off, as you do these days. It seems every time.
Yep.
I was pretty keen just to get to the hotel and have a bit of a rest.
And he's nicked that one between slip and gully there, and it might go all the way for 4. No, it's pulled up, but Dunlop will make sure he comes back for 3. It's a great throw there from the fielder down on that third man boundary. So a bit of a lucky break there for Roel Kehrer, but Victoria well in control.
These will be nervous moments for Dunlop. He's been out 3 times in the 20s so far, and I think he's sneaking up on his good mate Tim Reed's score. What did you make, Timmy? What was your score the other day? 28. So he's got 3 more to get ahead of you, mate. So.
Well, he's looked very, very strong overall. That's the first real big shot he's played, and he's put that away, hooked that over fine leg for 4. There's no one back there. Great
Here
shot.
we go, into the 30s for the first time.
And that is the 100 up for Victoria, chasing 159. They are now none for 103, with Dunlop 30, Roel Kehrer 64 not out, and the Victorians really putting the foot down on the Queenslanders now. And which of the grounds you've played at this week, Steve? Do you remember the names?
You're going to test me here.
That's
so
okay, mate.
One of them, maybe Fletcher
Fletcher
Oval.
Park,
I think that was on the first one. Yep. Is there a Breckner or something like that?
Breckler, yeah.
Breckler, yep, played there. And yesterday we were... yesterday escapes me. Somewhere a fair way away. It was our longest trip.
Might be Des Penman.
Yes, that is exactly right.
Yeah, okay. And have you found the pitches overall?
So really different, actually. I'm not a turf cricketer, so we're Syntho back home there. And all 3 decks that we played on have been vastly different up until today. And again, today's a different one altogether. So we started on a pitch that was a real low and slow. I think it was had been used over the weekend, so it just didn't do much other than sort of be a bit up and down. Then our second day we played it on an absolute road. It was rock hard. There was cracks, and to me I was like, wow, look at all these cracks, but they did nothing at all. It was just an absolute slab of concrete. And then yesterday was a deck that had a bit of grass on it, and that did plenty with the seam, off the seam. So, it's been really cool having 3 or 4 different experiences, I guess, each day as well. It wasn't like every day is a road. We've had the full gamut of pitches.
We've had some excellent curators here who've done a magnificent job to help us out with this Veterans Carnival.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing's been run so smoothly. The facility's been awesome. The hospitality's been amazing. So, hats off to WA for hosting a magnificent event.
And just speaking of that, Steve, I'm going to have shortly, I'm going to have Simon Milton who's the chair of the over 40s Veterans Cricket Association, so he'll be joining us shortly.
Awesome.
So Armstrong again bowling to Kira, who's looked magnificent all innings. Been top-notch innings by Roll, and as we said earlier, very experienced club cricketer who's made 10,000 plus runs. Absolutely extraordinary. And drives wide of mid-off. Well, look, Bobcat, it's absolutely magnificent to have all of you visitors from interstate, and thank you for joining us here in the box. Been great to meet you and great to learn about your cricket over east.
Yep.
And hopefully, well, you do come back to WA at some point. When you next back due for work in Woolies?
Yeah, probably next June or July, and they'll come out. So yeah, we'll be here before we know it.
Well, thank you, mate, for your time, and a real pleasure to watch you play, and you bowled beautifully today, and I hope you go on to win because it'll be well deserved.
Brilliant. Thanks for having me on.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers,
all the
thank
best. So another over completed here, where Victoria none for 104, chasing 159. So got this game seemingly well under control, and I'm very lucky to have Simon Milton, the chair of the Veterans Cricket Association, the over 40s. Simon, welcome back. I had a chat with you on Monday. It was great to meet you then, and thank you again for coming in. The week's been magnificent, hasn't it? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's good. No, it's been excellently run. It's been as I said the other day, we wanted an improvement on Brisbane. They've definitely been able to do that, so it's been brilliant. And Smeet and the team have, not missed a beat. The only things they couldn't deal with were out of their control, so...
Yeah, look, from all reports, every single team that I've met so far, which is about 5 or 6 of the interstate teams, they have been so impressed with the hospitality and the organisation and the facilities and the grounds, and you guys haven't put a foot wrong. It's been magnificent.
No, I had nothing to do with it. The boys have done it all themselves, so I'm staying out of it. I'm not taking this one. They've done it brilliantly. I think I mentioned the other day, as soon as I knew the grounds that they were playing at, I went, this is big. If the weather's good, there'll be no problem whatsoever. And, I mean, here at Charles Very Yard, I think, excuse me, was a great Premier cricket wicket back in its day, both sides, and a lovely place to sit and watch cricket because both grounds are in front of you. You don't have to turn around or anything. It's brilliant.
Absolutely, and we were talking about some of the housing overlooking from that northern end there. They look like they've got special boxes there to sit on and watch the cricket every Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, not a bad place to sit with the air conditioning going.
Just a quick update from the other game. It looks like Queensland Drought Masters in the Division 1 final on Very Yard East. Oh, wow. Roll has smacked that away. It might be one bounce for, but Queensland have been bowled out for 137 in that 40-over game. They were bowled out in 38.1 overs, so South Australia will be looking pretty confident, although who knows with that pitch over there, you would have seen a bit more of that game than I have.
I think it's one of those, you bowl well, you're with a chance, and Brenton Edwards at the end, I can't remember what he went at, but he was well over 100 runs, 100 per 100. The strike rate was massive.
Right.
And he, he's given Queensland a chance. I was about to say us, but I'm not allowed to do that.
We've got Vice Captain Wayne Phillips back on again, this time from the southern Burke Street end.
Brenton, 35 of 23.
Wow, so that certainly added that score over there.
Well,
without that, they'd have been in real trouble, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. And he and Luke Jackson put on a decent partnership there. Jacko doing what he does, just turning strike over, getting it to the other end. So, yeah, it's not a great looking scorecard for a Queensland team, but anyway.
So we are stopping for drinks here. Simon, tell us from your point of view, whatever you want to talk about in regards to veterans cricket.
Well, I'm actually, this game here, the second division final, the money would be on Victoria at the moment, but the fellow who's only bowled 5 overs there, Gareth Morgan, rose to international fame last summer when he took 6 wickets in 6 balls to win a match.
Oh, is that right? Is that the man?
Yes.
Wow, I do remember reading about that.
So it came on, the opposition needed, I think, 8 or 9 runs, 6 wickets in hand, and he bowled them out and over.
Well, there
so
you go.
anything can happen.
So he's never out of it. Yeah, that's great. Well, fantastic bit of information there. And let's hope the Queensland skipper does get him back on again to make that happen, yeah.
Well, it's funny, we played, because he plays for Gold Coast and I play for Wynnum in the over 40s comp, and we played Gold Coast in the final. And he came out to Batland and needed a couple of runs to win, but they were 4 down. And I just reminded him, I said, mate, I've heard of games being lost from here. Only 6 wickets in hand. Yeah. He just smiled and looked at me. So, no, he's a lovely bloke too, Gareth. So.
Fantastic. Yep, from... You might be able to help me pronounce this. Mudgeeraba Nerang, is that right?
Mudgeeraba
Nerang, yep.
Yep. So down the Gold Coast there. Yep.
And what about this? I was talking about Joel earlier. Where's Rebel Tourist Cricket Club?
I have no idea, and I've never met Joel. Well, I gave him his cap the other day, but other than that's the first time I've met him.
Yeah.
I have no idea where Rebel Tourists are.
No worries.
Well, I can't remember. There might have been a what we call a warehouse competition team over the years that went by that name. But I'm not sure where he's from, but he's fit in very nicely as well.
Excellent. So we are at drinks here for anyone who's wondering, with Victoria none for 112, needing only 47 more for victory.
Yeah, we need to. Well, Queensland need to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
A couple of wickets, who knows? Anything can happen. It's a silly bloody game as we play.
Well, speaking to Steve Gunnell, Bobcat Gunnell, a moment ago, he was saying that there is there is always a risk in the lower order. They don't like to lose wickets and risk it. So if there's some vulnerabilities in the Victorian middle and lower order, well, you've got to get him out there first, don't you?
Yeah, you've got to have a look at him.
Yeah. And certainly what we noticed earlier on was when Queensland were batting, anyone coming to the crease, it was hard to bat early on, and you had to get yourself in, didn't you? Yeah. And the spinners certainly played a large part in turning this game on its head in Victoria's favour.
Excuse me.
No, you're right, Simon. No drama. Hopefully everyone else who's watching at home have just run off to get themselves a drink, go to the bathroom or whatever.
That's it. Tell the kids to get off their iPads.
Yep. And we've been lucky here. It was 36 degrees forecast today, but, well, lucky in some ways.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few people who are dealing with bushfires at the moment. But the smoke haze that has descended over Perth has kept the sun out, so it's been relatively pleasant conditions.
It has, yes. I don't know if the groundsman here would agree with that.
Yes, I think Suresh was hoping to dry out the pitch a bit
more.
Well,
that's it. You see the forecast of 38 and sunny. The pitch is going to be dry by the time they get here, and then unfortunately woke up hazy in 22. So
when Suresh left his game and came over to help fix the problem, did he say that he watered it a little bit extra yesterday because of the heat, or?
Yeah, he mentioned that he put a little bit extra into it, but that's the problem.
What are you meant to do?
What do you do? Exactly. You're sitting here, the forecast is telling you 38.
You can't control the heavens.
No, that's
sure.
right. Yeah. And that's what I was saying before. Everything that's been within the control of the organising committee has been done perfectly. The buses, the accommodation is a great improvement on what we had in Brisbane last year. These telecasts, we're not relying on frog box. It's just not suitable for this sort of thing. So, when we found that out last year, it was so inconsistent and unreliable. So when the guys said, no, we want to do production, beautiful, go for it.
Yeah.
Happy days. Invest the extra money in that, and it helps people see our game, helps people sit there going, hang on, I used to play against that bloke. If he's playing for Queensland, I could.
Yeah, I've got no doubt that if people get to watch this, and from according to some of the players that I've had sit in the box with us this week, a lot of mates and a lot of teammates and family are all watching, so it draws interest, and then people, like you said, hey, hang on a sec, I wouldn't mind doing this as well. And so you never know how big you could grow this.
And that's
Simon.
Just the playing side. I mean, I all the time mention that veterans cricket's 50% on the field, 50% off the field. The friendships you make, you know, every year there's a nationals and you're catching up with mates who you haven't seen for a year. You might have, you know, chatted a little bit or whatever on WhatsApp and whatnot, but it's a great reunion. You know, we had a lunch on the rest day for all of us that have been fortunate enough to play for Australia. We all caught up and it was good because blokes from all 3 tours so far there, and yeah, it was good to catch up and tell stories about the different tours and whatnot. So
sensational.
But even apart from that, just the guys here who you know from Brisbane, you know from Gosford, just lovely fellas. And you know some of the guys, I mean Jamie Andrews from New South Wales, Big Emu, you know he's had some health scares this year, so we're all so happy to see him here this year. Because he's, you know, just a ripping bloke, good cricketer, and you know one of those guys, a good country boy, big farmer. So you know we need them to stay alive, otherwise we'll go hungry.
Absolutely, dead right. Yeah, some of the hardest working people in the world, of course. We get our food to Bobcat at Woolies, of course.
I'll stay out of that one. So yeah, so this is, I think, the second last nationals for the year. The over 55s are in Canberra starting on Sunday. There's a lot of fellas driving down today from Queensland and flying down early and doing golf tours on the way. I know a couple of boys from Ipswich, Kel Janke and Brett Schmidt, they left early and took the golf clubs. Hope they remember the cricket gear. But
do a lot of the veterans carnivals take place around November, December typically, or is
it seems to be the window. Not sure why. Just sort of one of those things that's always been. You know, where we may be changing that next year because the Karachi World Cup has been moved from August to December. Obviously, it's going to be a bit hard to get the players around to a nationals and then off to Karachi, and obviously logistically selecting teams, getting uniforms, passports, all that sort of thing. So we're toying up the idea of actually hosting it in February 26. So it'll still be in the 25-6 season, but gives them the opportunity to you know, go to Karachi, come back, because the last thing we want is the nationals watered down because they're winning nationals that the players aren't here.
Yeah.
You know, if you come to one of these, you want to test yourself against, you know, the current internationals and whatnot, and so it's, you know, we've got to be a bit flexible in that sort of thing.
Now that World Cup in Karachi is a T20 or a full
T20?
It is, yeah. Okay.
So it's the inaugural T20 World Cup, and as soon as we found out about it, we thought, oh, how do we fit some T20s into the nationals? But it's just, it wasn't going to work.
It's tough, isn't it? Yeah.
But credit to Justin Poole, the Queensland over 40s chair. He put together a sort of franchise model T20 tournament in June, May, somewhere around there, which was based in Queensland-based teams, but we had a lot of guys from Townsville, Mackay, out Western Queensland, Rocky and whatnot that we'd never seen before. And I think there's 3 or 4 of them who purely from that T20 tournament are playing in Division 1 and Division 2 here. Just based off that, and we go, oh, there's more of them, beautiful.
Yeah,
untapped
talent out
there.
Yeah,
but not just that, we've got a bit of a blueprint there. So, you know, these nationals are here. There's the World Series Cup in Brisbane in April. So we might do something, you know, we might open that franchise comp or QVC T20 comp up and say, look, you know, states want to send a team or get a team together or whatever, and that'll help our selectors, obviously give them the opportunity to see guys playing T20, because we're sort of flying a bit blind looking at guys for the T20 if we're not playing it. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's been are you one of the selectors? Sorry,
I'm chairman of selectors, but I only get a vote if there's a deadlock, so which suits me.
Okay.
So yeah, so
and the next Australian representative side you have to select is for?
It's for the over 40s World Series Cup in Brisbane.
Yep, that's where the US and Canada are coming.
US, Canada, New Zealand are all coming.
Sensational.
Sending. It's actually 2 tournaments running at once.
Yeah, you're going to have an Australia and Australia A, is that correct? Yep.
So we're going to have the national teams, and that will be played under IMC conditions, and then the A team competition. So that'll be played. We're not going to be breaking any rules of cricket, but it'll be played. Might be a bit more flexibility around the amount of fielders we're allowed to rotate through and whatnot. We'll see.
Yeah, fair enough. And when do you plan to announce that Australian squad?
Well, we had a meeting with the selectors on Wednesday where we'd love to be able to. Well, we'd love to be able to put it out publicly by the end of next week. Only issue there is, first we've got to pick the team. When everyone who came to this tournament has nominated to tell us what events they're available for, because Brisbane's not just one days, it's 7 one-day games, 5 T20 games. So obviously we're not going to have the same team for both. So we've got to find our top 2 one-day teams, get them on the phone, and then are you actually available for both, or did you just put your name in for everything?
Yeah,
or
just to see what happens. Yeah.
So we'll have a fair idea, and then once that happens, obviously we've got to get it ratified by the VCA board, and once that happens, then we can announce it.
Excellent stuff. We haven't forgotten the game here, everyone. For you Victorian listeners in particular, you're none for 118. Peter Dunlop 31 not out, and Raul Kera 76 not out with 41 needed. He only needs 24 for the ton. Let's hope you can get that. That'd be wonderful to see.
Gareth Morgan on now.
Yeah, sorry. Yep, Simon cheering for Queensland, but that's okay.
No.
Yeah, Gareth Morgan. We might need some magic to get this game alive.
From the bit I've seen, the Victorians have batted really well.
They've been exceptional, and I suppose this is the Division 2. But my understanding is the last 2 veterans over 40s, New South Wales have dominated. Is that correct? And then
they've won the last 2.
Yep.
Div 1.
They've won the last 2 Div 1s, yeah.
And then they won the first Div 2 in Queensland. Our 3rd team last year won Division 2.
Okay, yeah.
As the host, we had to fill a couple of spots in the draw, so we actually had 4 teams in Brisbane, the same way WA have here.
Yes.
2 in Div 1, 2 in Div 2. So yeah, we were delighted.
Ryan Armstrong continuing, who I believe went to Karachi last year.
No, Cape Town.
Oh, Cape Town, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, Cape Town he went to, yeah.
So Army actually got picked from our 3rd team in Div 2.
Incredible.
Dominated that, and got the call up to go over to Cape Town, so he was stoked with that, and we were all delighted for him,
Yeah, for sure.
And I was a Queensland selector last year, so he reminded me that I obviously got it wrong.
Put him in the 3rds when he should have been in the 1sts.
Anyway.
These things happen.
That's it.
And how long are you here for, Simon?
Well, my father lives over here.
Oh, yeah,
My
nice.
stepmother, so they've got a farm down in Serpentine, so
I
plan on going down there on Sunday and probably head home Monday. Haven't finalised things yet, but get home, back to the farm and see what's happening there.
Lovely little part of the world, Serpentine, with its beautiful Serpentine Jarrahdale forests around that area as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good little part of the world.
Yeah, nice one.
It's scary when it's fire season, but
yes, of course, yeah.
What do you do?
And a carnival dinner tonight, I believe, at Optus.
Yeah, championship dinner at Optus tonight. So I don't know what's on the agenda
menu
for that or the menu, but I'm sure it'll be good after everything else has been.
Any special guests from the outside of the Veterans cricket world?
I'm not sure. They're keeping a few secrets from
okay.
us.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Maybe Ravi Ashram is probably close to one of the older statesmen in world cricket. Might be around still, who knows? None for 121 Victoria, chasing 158, and we do need Gareth Morgan to come on soon. It's Phillips again, bowling to Peter Weary Dunlop, who's been solid as a rock. From what I can recall, I haven't seen a chance being given today by the Victorian batsman.
No, I haven't heard of anything. I was over at the third place playoff over at Rosalie Park watching the WA boys, but I haven't heard anything.
Oh, so did you manage to see Wayne Ritzmer, the captain, get his 100 there?
Just missed it.
Just missed it, yeah.
But I heard it was quite entertaining.
Oh, I bet.
He apparently he was dropped at fine leg, I believe, to get his 100. So
oh, is that right?
apparently,
Really?
Yeah, so,
oh, wow.
So, yeah, not good for the fella that dropped it, but good for Ritzy. I mean, he's been a great competitor and leader of WA for the 3 nationals we've had so far. I reminded him, I said, oh, well, mate, you'll be in 50s next year. He goes, no, I'm not 49 till the 29th of December this year. I said, yeah, that's out.
Oh, yes, there we go. There is a wicket. Phillips, no, it's not given. Hang on a second. Hold up. We might need a replay there, please, director, but there's the Queenslanders disappointed. They thought they'd picked up Dunlop with an edge. Might be hard with the angle we've got here, but let's have a look.
That bounced very high for a ball off the pad.
Yeah, it did too, didn't it? It seemed to pop very high in the air quickly, but it was given not out. And
so
Dunlop remains.
Paul Wayne, when he said, oh, not 49 to the 29th of December, I said, yeah, this year. He goes, yeah. I said, well, you're eligible for 50s next year. Oh. Actually, they got a couple of guys. They got you've got Dougie Bennett, who I played a bit of first grade against over here back in the day. He was at Scarborough. He's 50 next year.
Okay.
So a couple of young fellas
creeping into the 50s. Cheers, thank you, lads. There's a replay coming up here. Let's get this angle, Simon. What do you think? Oh yeah, the bat looked to be a long way from the pad then, didn't it, to start with? It's a bit, I mean, it's hard to pick up, but...
Yes. There's no way we can get a slow replay of that.
They have been absolutely impressive front row screens with their coverage during this week. Interesting stance here by Roll. But it certainly opens up his leg side and pulls that away. Gets another couple.
Santosh out there.
The other thing I've quite been impressed by this week, Simon, is the conduct by all the players. It's been quite exceptional. There's been a few boys who've obviously been disappointed with a few decisions they've got, but they've... that's a huge shot. And that's gone a long way, just past our man down there on the camera, but it's a huge 6.
That's a great shot.
Isn't it? Magnificent from Raul Kira. I think he moves to 85 with just the 24 needed. He is on his way to 100 here if he keeps going.
Yeah, Armstrong threw that up and he didn't miss it.
He doesn't miss many, Raul.
No. He's paced himself well too, he's 119.
But the spirit of this great game has been well and truly on show this week.
Yeah.
And all associations and the veterans community can be very proud of each other and the way they've conducted themselves.
Well, this is what I was talking about before with the mateship and whatnot was forged. Brian May on day one hurt his hamstring making 90 odd. But a couple of blokes who he knows or we've known or we played against from New South Wales, can you believe it? Decided they're physios, so Kish and Cos came over and whatnot, and I said to our skipper Pooley, I said, Justin, would we have done that for them? That one's out. No,
once again. Steve at the other end, Steve Rose and Steve Lamb, our umpires today, are unconvinced.
Oh, they're checking, are they? Or they've called over. No. It's a good bit of work by Dave Colley there. I've known Dave since he was 16.
Cheers. Here we go, we've got a replay. It was interesting. It seemed to be a long way towards leg side, and then it's changed direction off something.
Yeah. No, it's definitely off the thigh pad.
Maybe
but
off the thigh pad there, yeah.
Maybe,
Great work from Collie to get to even his hands on that in the end.
Yeah, well,
Brilliant.
Dave was second grade keeper at Toombul for many years from the age of 16. Unfortunately for him, I was playing first grade, so he was always trying to hurt me at training. But a good keeper. First year back in veterans cricket, or back in cricket after a few years off.
It slides through. It looks like that'll be a bye. Great bowling by Phillips there.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky.
Oh, leg byes. That's
leg
all right.
bye.
One for the keepers. You
A
beauty.
leg bye. Interesting.
So, yeah, and Dave's old man, my mind is a blank, used to help out at Fremantle training, where was I? Toombul. Toombul training and net cap. Lindsay. There it is, Lindsay. I'm sure he's listening in and whatnot. Sorry, Lindsay. But, Lindsay was there at training all the time at Toombul and whatnot. So, good family around the game.
Awesome. Well, Simon, it's been an honour to have you here. I'm going to step out of the commentary box. You stay
you're
here,
right.
mate. I'm going to let Paul Guthrie come back in and take us to the end of this game with Victoria White, none for 132, needing only 27 remaining, and hopefully we get to see at least Raul Kera go on and make a big ton here, because it'll be a fantastic finale for Victoria to win that and get one of their players over the line. But thank you, Simon. You've done a magnificent job.
Cheers.
You're a terrific bloke, as everyone is here, and so thank you again for joining us in the box.
No worries, not a problem. Now for the rest of you listening still, unfortunately going to have to put up with me for a couple of seconds. Oh, poor bit of fielding out there. That's that one through. Not the greatest cricket from Queensland there. Long hop from Wayne Phillips. Cut to the fieldsman at point and straight through him. So they're going to struggle to win the game with that sort of stuff, but they'll keep at it.
Welcome back, listeners. Haven't met the gentleman to my right.
Yep.
Paul.
How are you, Paul?
Well, good, thank
Simon
you.
Milton's my name.
How are you, Simon? Yes, this game's petering out to a soft victory to South Australia, Victoria. Victoria.
Look,
Number
that's
2.
his bouncer.
And almost down to the boundary. It's wide. 4 wides. Was it?
Oh.
Did he signal the field?
No.
No, he's changed his
So
decision.
3 wides.
You've probably spoken about this, Simon. A very good opening partnership here.
Yeah, they've really got control of this, haven't they?
They have, indeed. They've been under no real pressure since the first ball. Some good early bowling there by Queensland. They haven't really given it away, but Victoria has just applied themselves just that little bit better.
But this is great. It shows the increase in the standard of the game. As I was saying to Richie before, our third team won the second division nationals last year, Queensland's third team, and this is our second team this year, and they look like they're going to lose. So it just shows you the standard, the lift in Victoria. Whether we've slipped a bit or others have caught up, I don't know, but definitely a massive improvement in performance from Victoria, Tassie, ACT.
Very good to see, though, isn't it? It's good for the competition.
Well, next year we'll have a heap of new names again, and there'll be guys, I don't know if it's graduating or being dropped to 50s, but they'll be coming into the 50s setup.
Yep.
Brian May from Queensland, who was the inaugural Australian over 40s captain, he's 50 next year. Craig Mackay, who played in Karachi with the Australian 40s, he's 50 next year as well. So, there'll be a new batch coming
through, as I say.
And now there's going to be some 50-year-olds annoyed because they'll be replaced. But that's the way it goes.
You seen a great shot there, cut it way to the boundary by Dunlop for 4. Victoria edging ever so close to the victory with only 18 runs required now.
What's he need for his ton?
10.
Well, you'd like to see a bit of farming of the strike here.
There may well be, hey? Lance Armstrong into his 7th over. He's the figures of none for 20 thus far. Probably fortunate the weather stayed the way it is with that haze covering Perth, keeping that heat out today, Simon. It's a little cut backward of point for a single to Dunlop. Carrera back on a strike. I'm sure he'll be very keen to get that 100 in the final of the Division 2 National 40s Championship.
It gives the Victorian selectors something to think about for next year, which is good.
Yes.
I mean, they're another team that last year was their first year. Victorian Tassie only came in last year. And
oh, really? I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, they struggled a bit last year, but this year they're playing off for first in Div 2 and playing off for third in Div 1. So
great improvement.
Yeah, I mean they knocked
great
off
entry and improvement.
They knocked off New South Wales, who had never lost a game in over 40s Division 1.
Probably hear the Victorian players getting a little bit excited to our left here.
Yes.
In anticipation of a very good victory.
Just as always, there's going to be a lot of happy people, a lot of not so happy people at the end of today's play, but I have got a special actual nomination here for manager of the tournament, and apparently Paul Atfield's nominated himself from Victoria, so that'll be the sole nomination and it'll be the only one Paul gets. It's the worst thing, your phone goes crazy when they hear you on. We're having fun with Marcus, who heads up Tasmanian 40s yesterday, because I didn't know one bloke and we thought he had the wrong, and found out he'd just been picking the test team. So,
all right.
in that junior stuff.
So it looks like we have a change of bowler. Is this is the captain of Queensland's?
No, that's
oh, sorry.
You're right. No, it's Chris White. I should know that one. He's another Toombul boy.
Chris White, no, the captain is Curtis.
Sammy Curtis, the captain, yeah. So Chris
White.
Chris is another one back to, now in veterans cricket. Ex-Toombul player.
That's a great shot there. Through the covers to the boundary, another 4 there.
Yeah, Chris is lovely fella. Still got to call him a kid, but he's 40s obviously. And great family, great sporting family. His mum's been a huge influence on netball in Queensland. His father Graham was a silver medalist in the Olympics as a swimmer. So
wonderful sporting history there. So that was Carrera, not Dunlop, who's just struck that before. Probably picked that up already.
That's well done. Oh, those zinc stumps lighting up.
They're
again.
beauties, those. I love those. I haven't seen them before.
Well, thanks to Zing, they lent us those for the Nationals last year in Brisbane, and then I was trying to get them back to Luke and the guys at Zing, but he was over in India and whatnot, and we said, right, well, we'll just bring it to Perth with you and then send them back.
Yeah.
So
they're from Queensland,
they're actually South Australian.
South Australian,
company.
are they?
Yeah, so
Victoria White just requiring 6 runs for victory here. So Chris White to continue from the Burke Street end with just a handful of runs required for victory by Victoria. Played out onto the offside by Kahera. There's a 96 not out. Dunlop on 43.
It's been an absolutely superb innings by Raoul. Let's hope he whacks one away for 4 here to finish this game and bring up his ton.
Very patient, very Very patient innings. Wonderful time of the ball, indeed.
Well, they're giving him nothing here. They brought the field in close on that offside and very tight bowling by White.
Just 5 required now.
5 to win, 4 for Sakazaki. He goes down the ground, he's hit it past mid-off. It's going all the way. That will be 4, and that is 100. Outstanding innings by Rahul Kehra. A brilliant match-winning 100 here for Victoria. What a superb knock to watch. And he gets a huge cheer from his teammates. And indeed, the Queensland player is very respectful of that brilliant innings.
Yes, a wonderful knock there from Kehra. 100 not out. Just the 1 run now required for victory. And the man has batted superbly today. One of the best knocks you'll ever want to see in a championship final or a final of any sort, that's for sure.
12 fours and a 6 to Kehra. Outstanding batting. Just the one needed for Victoria to take out this Division 2 championship. The trophies are coming this way.
Who's going to bowl this, which should be the last over of the match here?
Well, I sincerely hope it's Gareth Morgan, who, as Simon Milton revealed earlier, has taken 6 wickets and 6 balls once at club level. 6
wickets in 6 balls, and that's a true double hat-trick, not just Mickey Mouse.
I think it's more than a double hat-trick, actually.
Well, I'm a traditionalist. You take your hat-trick with your 3, and then another hat-trick with your 3.
No, fair enough.
That's the way I read it. I learned a long time ago, rightly or wrongly, it's the old double hat-trick with the 4 balls is an English composition, that they made up.
I see.
And can you pick that bowler, Richie?
I can't actually, mate. Dunlop's on strike, just the one needed. I think he'll go big here. No, he defends it respectfully to back down the
Brett
pitch.
Winterscale.
Okay. Winterscale's come on.
Yeah, from Burleigh, Queensland, age 44, playing in his 2nd championship. What can he do here?
Oh, 4 tosses, probably going to be a no ball. Is the umpire going to call it? Won't matter. He's put that through the infield.
It's gone all the way. By the looks of it, umpire.
Yeah, I think they've given it 4. Yep.
And certainly a magnificent and very comfortable victory to Victoria for the Division 2 National 40s Championship. Richie, no doubt, man of the match would be Rahul Kehra.
Absolutely brilliant performance by the opening batsman here to chase down that total of 158 by Queensland, but they were never in the end. Outstanding performance by the Victorian opening batsmen, both Dunlop and Kehra, with Kehra picking up the century. I'll get Paul to run through the card for you shortly, but an outstanding week of cricket has come to an end in the Division 2, where Victoria are the champions.
Yes, running through the card for the Queensland innings, Lee was LBW, bowled O'Connor for 59. Phillips was bowled Ford for 18. Winterscale, Court Morrow both bowled Ford for 2. Curtis bowled Gannell for 12. Armstrong, LBW, bowled Gannell for 0. Colley, LBW, bowled Tripathi for 10. Grant, LBW, bowled Tripathi for 28. Nistala, Court O'Connor, bowled Tripathi for 10. Mitchell bowled Jordan for 11. Morgan, LBW, bowled O'Connor for a duck. And Basin was not out for 2. Queensland all out for 158. The Victorian innings, Peter Dunlop remained not out on 47 of 97 deliveries, and Rahul Kehra 100 not out, and the Victorian total of none for 162. Taking them to a magnificent victory here at Charles Very Yard Oval for the National Division 2 champions, 40s champions for 2024. So, Richie, How do you feel about today's play?
Oh, magnificent. Look, in the end, it probably wasn't enough runs, obviously, from Queensland. They started extremely well, but then the magnificent off-spin from Steve Bobcat Gannell, as well as Vinay
Tripathi,
who came on
sorry.
and changed the game dramatically with outstanding spells of bowling, and a fantastic gesture by the Queensland players, clapping off the two Victorian batsmen, in particular Raoul, with his brilliant 100, and the championship side, Victoria, following in. And this is what this week has been all about. It might be fantastic to win, but it's been a magnificent game and matches of cricket all week, and the gentlemen here have conducted themselves fantastically well. And well done to the umpires who have come off now as well. But Victoria are the Division 2 championships. We congratulate them, as well as thank you to all the players who've made their time and administrators who have made this week possible and have joined us in the commentary box from front row screens. Thank you to their entire crew for their magnificent coverage, and director up in the box there. And we will leave you with that. To all the boys who have played, I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and to all the Eastern States viewers, thank you for being patient with us as we followed this game of cricket along. But we'll leave you with that, and thank you, Paul, for your company today.
Thank you, Rich.
Great,
Pleasure.
great
Thank you all
working
to the
with you,
viewers,
mate.
the listeners, and everyone organising the championship. Good afternoon to all.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Fantastic work. Thank you.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Alright, 'cause I'm free. Free than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm free. Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Alright, 'cause I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm free. I'm freer than I've ever been before.
Well, we'll get rid of me. Well, how about we get the team behind and we'll hand it over.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, sorry, Joe. Just one thing I forgot to mention. This man here.
Nathan King. He's been the
He's here. Here he is. Kneel down.
Get on your knees.
Kneel down.
Better.
Perfect, fellas.
Thank you. In front of the scoreboard. Bring it with you. Bring it.
Move this table.
Go behind it. Behind it.
As long as it's get someone behind it. No, they've got sponsors. Sponsors.
And he was doing six.
You're going in there.
Yes, boy.
You're going sections.
Yeah.
The glass cabinet. Cut away.
Jason, your nuts are hanging out, mate.
That's on purpose. Hairy.
That's the one we want.
The games were getting harder. When do we give it the number one?
Can we get Joe? Joe, you need to come in.
Joe, come on!
Joe!
We want Joe.
Joe, come in.
Joe, come on. Joe.
Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, Joe, get in, man.
Joe, come on. Go on, Joe.
Give it the number one.
It's Tony.